Hello and welcome to News Morning here on New Day on TV3. My name is Beatrice Sedu, coming up in the next few minutes. NPP lifts its boycott of media general platforms as it resumes engagement with the media conglomerate. Also on the program, Cabinet direct forensic audit and criminal investigation into the operation of Cocoa Board over the past 8 years. Meanwhile, government reduces cocoa producer price as a direct immediate payment to cocoa farmers. And still on this and much later on the program, minority lashes out at government for reducing cocoa producer price, warning it could plunge millions of cocoa farmers into distress. My name is Beatrice Sedu. Thank you so much for joining us on the program once again. And now, the New Patriotic Party has ended its boycott of Media General's platforms. This is contained in a press release issued by the Director of Communications, Richard Ahiagba, on the 12th of February. He explained that, quote, this includes interviews, panel discussions, press conferences and media briefings involving party executives and representatives, unquote. Now, according to Mr. Ahiagba, this decision follows constructive discussions between the party leadership and Media General's management. Both parties have agreed on ground rules to uphold higher professional standards and to ensure fair and balanced interactions that serve the public interest. He said again in that statement that, quote, we look forward to renewing our partnership with Media General as we work to strengthen Ghana's democracy, unquote. The NPP boycotted Media General's platforms TV3, 3FM, 3 News, Onua TV, Onua FM, Onua Online, Akoma FM and Connect FM in the lead up to the 2024 general election. The relation between the party and the media house degenerated to the point where journalists covering NPP assignments were threatened and sometimes assaulted. At a point, a microphone belonging to TV3 was pushed away from the high table. And we'll bring you some more on this. In other news, the government has announced sweeping reforms to overhaul Ghana's cocoa sector. The measures agreed at a cabinet meeting on Wednesday are aimed at restoring financial stability, ensuring fair and competitive prices for farmers, and repositioning the sector for long-term sustainability. Now, as part of immediate interventions, Cocoa Board has been directed as well to pay all cocoa farmers who are owed without delay. Komla Kuluche has more in this report.
Cabinet meeting under the auspices of the President, Finance Minister Dr. Kaselato Forson explained that the current situation of the cocoa sector is largely driven by the unwillingness of buyers to purchase Ghana's cocoa because it has become uncompetitive.
Cabinet has accordingly directed the Ghana Cocoa Board to commence immediate payment of all affected cocoa farmers.
Cocoa from other producing countries is now selling at prices significantly lower than the producer price of Ghana. Cocoa Board's liquidity affected after financing model invented in 2024-2025 when the syndicated loan failed. By 2022, Cocoa Board's finances had deteriorated badly, a reason the farmers have been faced with a reality.
For the first time in the history of the cocoa industry, in 2023, the annual syndicated suffered significant delays due to the loss of confidence in the Ghanaian economy and the sector. The first tranche was received on 22nd December 2023, 4 months after the commencement of the season. Cocoa Board projected an output of 800,000 tons and committed 786,672 tons in contracts in 2023 and 2024 crop season. However, actual production was 432,145 tons, a deviation of over 45% from the projected output.
Award of cocoa roads has cost the regulator billions of cedis that remains unpaid, largely driving its books into red. But a swift directive has been given to the Attorney General to investigate the sector.
The Minister of Roads and Cocoa Board jointly conducted this rationalization exercise to reduce the exposure on cocoa roads. Upon the completion of the exercise, the total exposure of 21.7 billion Ghana cedis has since been reduced to 4.35 billion Ghana cedis. Cabinet has directed that the liabilities of the 4.35 billion be transferred to the Ministry of Roads and Ministry of Finance. Cabinet also noted that road construction accounts for a significant part of the financial difficulties that Cocoa Board is facing at the moment. Pursuant to the earlier announcement that I made in the course of last year, the new cocoa bill that is going to Parliament will now prohibit Cocoa Board from such quasi-fiscal expenditures and other non-core expenditures going forward. And it will come with punishment if they ever do so. Cabinet also directed the Attorney General to commission concurrent forensic audit and criminal investigation into the activities of Cocoa Board over the last 8 years.
As a measure to revamp the sector, a new cocoa bill is headed for Parliament to address the challenges in the midst of the reduction in price payment to farmers and the reality that has faced the sector. The farmers are willing to take the pressure and refocus on how to channel their resources into the domestic market.
We play politics with the industry. The sustainability of the industry will collapse. For instance, say you heard him saying that there has been due sacks. That way is now has become is being investigated at the what you call the Tema Harbor. You see, going forward, all these things will come to an end, and that the farmers will benefit more from it, rather than that politicization.
How soon do you expect?
Lakluche brought us that report. Meanwhile, the minority in Parliament says that the government's announcement of a reduction in the cocoa producer price is a total rip-off. Addressing journalists in Parliament, the caucus noted that the move is the worst reform the NDC administration could implement. The minority is also demanding the dismissal of Cocoa Board CEO Dr. Randy Abbey.
Ranking on the Economy and Development Committee, Kojo Ponkroma says the 28% haircut handed cocoa farmers would only worsen their plight.
We used to sell about 70% on forward sales and 30% on spot. They argued that that was an incompetent approach and decided to change it. And now they are selling about 70% on spot. That is why today, as prices have dipped, they are struggling and are saying that the price they had announced ends up being higher than the current prices on the market. This action to announce a 28% reduction in the price amounts to a haircut of about 28% on close to 1 million Ghanaian cocoa farmers. This 2,800 or so that they are promising is totally unacceptable. Already we are receiving messages from cocoa farmers who say that if this is what is going to happen, they are going to demonstrate in a number of these. And if they do, we in this caucus, we will join them on the streets to do this demonstration.
Former Finance Minister Dr. Amin Adam blamed the current crisis on the excessive injection of dollar in the economy, accusing government of deception.
A bailout would have been necessary rather than reducing the producer price for cocoa. We warned this government about the reckless overvaluation of our currency. We warned them several times that these dollars they are pumping into the economy, that reckless intervention. Last year alone, they intervened to the tune of 10 billion United States dollars. The trend has continued. That reckless overvaluation of our currency will affect our economy.
That is not all, because the ranking on the Economy Affairs Committee, Isaac Opoku, has described the new measures by government as a disappointment.
Cocoa farmer has never enjoyed the full benefit of the FOB. Never ever. Sometimes we even pay them 40%. Cocoa farmer has sacrificed for this country. And in fact, if the cocoa farmers' farm gate price is going to be reduced by almost 30%, then everybody's pay in this country should also be slashed by that margin. is the chief executive officer of Cocoa Board. His allowance and salary, is he going to be slashed by the same margin? I am sad.
Now, in a related development, some cocoa farmers in the eastern region have expressed mixed reaction to the government's decision to reduce the cocoa producer price. Correspondent Yvonne Nikwe reports that while some farmers have welcomed the move, citing economic realities and market conditions, others argue that the reduction is excessive and could negatively impact their livelihoods.
One was I was saying, Ghana for edge.
We understand that these are challenging times for government. We do understand the whole that in the future, what we are losing now will be giving back to us. I have over 11.5 bags in the house waiting to give it out to the marketplace. So this is a welcome news.
It is a buying bit in your tone with chair and can say what the price is. Before say another boy ama, you know, to me, Aquayanim. Now, Yajina Kumapum, a break on any mono, may I sure say a buying never saying automobile, ama and second scan as a second. A quite of fast or tears on a day, inviting a high.
The way government went about the prices is wrong. We knew prices were going to be slashed, and this is way too much. Over 1,000 cities slashed. How do we make up for those who sold out since October last year?
Now, the buying what is a yes, yes, I had drink a current yes, I say, Onion Bivica Cramine.
The Abano, Ojabaco busy. Na first ever BSC say abaya ba abaya ba yepentum nti obaya otumu
in the history of this country no regime has ever taken such a decision to slash down cocoa prices. This is news to us. Ever since this regime came into power, cocoa prices were increased twice. We were happy about it. But this one is just too way high for us to deal with. It's a bad news for us in the cocoa farming sector. If government had left it at 3,000, we would have taken that in good faith. If only government was subsidizing for our chemicals and fertilizer and other inputs, we wouldn't have complained so much about the slashing prices. But we pay so much for those items.
Yes, a crown, I say, before we best for the simple dear. Kevin is a visa near my attorney na the boarding. Right, the good course on our boarding. Fertilizer, Abba, meaning other board.
Yvonne Nikwe brought us that report from the eastern region, and we stay a bit longer on this because Ghana's cocoa regulator, Cocoa Board, is facing its most fragile financial position in nearly 8 decades, with debt of about 32.9 billion Ghana cedis and liabilities now exceeding its assets. In response, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasia Lato-Forson, has announced plans to issue cocoa bonds to help stabilize the sector and finance bean purchases this season.
The move follows a sharp retreat in global cocoa prices from record highs last year, which has strained Cocoa Board's liquidity and affected its ability to meet payment obligations to farmers and suppliers. Cocoa Board's chief executive, Dr. Randy Abbey, recently disclosed that the board is operating with negative equity for the first time in its history, raising concerns about its long-term sustainability. At a press conference in Accra, Finance Minister Dr. Kasia Lato-Forson said the proposed cocoa bonds, expected to raise funds from the domestic market, would provide working capital to sustain operations.
The bonds will be issued. It will be domestic bonds. It will be called cocoa bonds. It will be meant largely for the purchases of cocoa beans and to finance the crop, and it will be domestic. It will be issued on the balance sheet of the Ghana Cocoa Board. The issues of concern with Ghana Cocoa Board balance sheet will be dealt with, and I've announced a raft of measures that will deal with the balance sheet issues with Ghana Cocoa Board. But beyond that, I believe Cocoa Board will be in a better place to enter the domestic market and revamp the industry.
He further announced that the government will absorb Cocoa Board's existing debt to strengthen its balance sheet and restore confidence in the sector.
The debt conversion will restore positive equity and boost the international and local market to support the operations of the Ghana Cocoa Board. This will strengthen the balance sheet, obviously, of Ghana Cocoa Board to enable it implement its new financing model and the reforms. Cabinet has also directed that, with immediate effect, there should be a transfer of road liabilities worth 4.35 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Roads and Highways and the Ministry of Finance.
The decision, however, could add to Ghana's public debt at a time when the country remains under fiscal consolidation, even as authorities argue the intervention is necessary to protect farmers and safeguard one of the country's key export earners.
Now, the Director of Policy and Advocacy at Legal and Entrepreneurship Support Hub, Edward Kariwa, has thrown his weight behind the government new directive to process at least 50% of Ghana's cocoa beans locally. The policy aims to move Ghana away from its long-standing reliance on raw bean exports and insulate the economy from volatile international market prices.
You can even do more than 50%. You know, it is only when government decides and takes action, and I believe in this government because there have been instances to prove that when they decide to do something, they have done it before. And I believe that the future for cocoa, the cocoa industry, is the processing. And the more we are able to process the beans, the better for us. And see, you can see that even our old model of running the cocoa industry could not lend itself the opportunity for processing cocoa beans up to a certain level. Because if you do the forward sales, it means that you don't have beans for yourself to use or to process in the country. But all the beans have been motivated, so to speak, have been given up already. Now that that model has been dismantled and the new model has come, we will now have enough beans within the country, and then the choice of processing it is now left to us. So processing up to 50%, I think is feasible and it must be done.
And it must be done. And that's all for News Morning here on New Day on TV3. My name is Beatrice Sedu. Thank you very much for being with us on the program. Do continue with us on New Day.
Can be giving it to you with like that.
I've got news for you, though.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sure Akable told you.
I also have news. I also have news for you. So you go first, then afterwards I'll go.
Okay. So everybody's been saying that ever since you've been away, Akable and I have really thrived in our love journey.
Wow.
No fights, no bickering, no like bibi anymore. You know, on Fridays.
Wow.
So now that you are here, no, behave yourself.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. So you're done with your news. I can do my news now.
Because she's the reason you and I have been fighting every Friday.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And, no. So our viewers actually fished out the elements why him and I fight every Friday.
Wow.
And they realized that you were the
Maybe now that Nice with us, she'll be the common denominator to ensure
Fridays, you know.
No, she'll get used to it. She'll get used to it. But I also have news for you. I also have news for you.
Okay.
I have news for the two of you too, but hers is the special one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so first. What's going on? You guys should come down.
Okay. You can't say you have news for a woman and put your hands in your pocket.
I'm coming.
A day before Valentine's Day.
Just calm down for me.
Okay.
Just calm down for me.
Okay.
So there is a note here.
Wow.
It's for you. It's an old-fashioned note.
Oh my God!
But I'm not going to give it to you now. Just hold on. I have something for you guys.
Okay.
This is yours.
Hey. Oh wow! I can't believe.
Yeah. Tomorrow is Val's Day, so I thought I should get you something. And calm down. I'm not done.
Wow.
I'm not done. Yeah.
Okay.
And I have this note. I'm giving it to you on the condition that you can open it and read it, but you can't read it to the public. Yeah.
Give it to me. I'll read it to the public.
And so you promise? Agreed?
Yes.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay,
okay, good.
Oh my goodness.
And I know that. I know that. No, you guys should come. Now you guys are not.
Okay.
You guys are not left out. Yeah. So I got you one as well.
Oh wow.
Yeah. For now as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
wow.
It's only celebration of Val's Day. Val's Day is tomorrow. Yeah. So I thought of you guys.
What a pleasant surprise.
Blown away.
Wow.
I did not expect this at all.
You never expected it.
You're such a lover boy. I didn't know.
Wow.
Can I give you a hug, please? Thank you. Thank you.
Lovely.
Wow.
And here you were accusing Beatrice of all sorts of things.
You know,
when ultimately you're the one.
Been away for a very long time. It was for Donna Somakacha. Wabe, if this thing changes next week Friday, everybody will know that it is you.
Today be Friday.
I'm surprised.
Oh, wow.
Happy birthday to you as well.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Happy birthday.
Listen, so I've been advocating for all the men here all week. I'm saying that the women must also show some good love to the men. Listen, your fuel next week is all on me.
Wow.
Yes, I am filling your tank for you all through next week. From Messia Philippe, so long as so I'm filling your tank for you. I'll take you to JP. That's where I buy my fuel from, and I'll fill your tank for you with premium fuel. Okay, grade A, premium fuel. I'll buy J Supreme for you from JP. Wow, thank you.
Wow. Wow.
Let us say allowed. Next time, go and look for a boyfriend who dotes on you on public TV.
On that note, I hope you also received some love this morning and throughout this weekend as we celebrate the month of love. But if you don't get any such beautiful, traditional, original love like this, love on yourself. Like, buy yourself something nice and treat yourself to a nice treat. You know, this weekend.
Oh, because, but better yet, better yet,
give yourself some of the love.
But better yet, if they won't get any, I want to give them money as well. How about that? Yes. So I've been telling you all week that we are cashing out big here today for Val's Day. So this is how I bet you Chesikano and Opawe. I'm giving you 2,000. 3,000, 4,000, and 5,000.
Wow.
And you know how I do it. Depending on the amount of love you show me, the last person will take 10,000 Ghana cedis.
That's a lot of money.
Yes, so I'm giving you 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, And then, yes, the last person, possibly, depending on how much, because it's Valentine's Day. I've been giving you money from last year, even all through this year. Yeah. So show me some love this morning. You're choosing option 8, which is the MG option. Play as many times as possible to increase your chance of winning here this morning. So 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and then the last person possibly will take away 10,000. No, actually, let me start from 2,000. Okay. So I'll do first 2,000. Yep. Second 3,000. The third 4,000, and then 5,000, and then the fifth person possibly will take away a whopping 10,000 Ghana cedis this morning. Happy Val's Day in advance. Make sure you're choosing option 8, which is the MG option, please. And we've got something special coming up today as well. Yep. It's Val's Day. And we are going back to where we came from. I don't know about you. In TV3 Newday. Okay, me in school Ole Harrow International. Abeka BNN no. And my school is so proud of me. I frame in picture. I kept it wall. That's how you say it.
That's so nice.
Yeah. Harrow International. They are super proud of me. Wow. And they framed a huge photo of me on the wall of the school outside. Right when you get outside, Harrow International, I'm coming home today. I'm coming home to show you some good love today. So please be on the lookout for me. I was hoping I could wear the blue and white. So we used to wear kokunte, and then now because it became a private school, shifted about blue and white. But I am a kitty. You know, the testicles and the back azul and the everything. Yes, couldn't fit into, you know. I'll find a nice, appropriate outfit, and I'll join you guys. My alma mater, Harrow International. That's the school that shaped me. Wow. There was a teacher in the school called Mr. Ashon Katai. Say, and then to make her English, it's because of Mr. Ashon Katai, because it was such a bad moment for me when I joined the school. I came from Hohoe, and it was in L. Bahome. That's why I used to school in Hohoe. And you can imagine, they used to teach us sometimes even in Ewe. Oh, wow. You understand? So when I came to Accra, I couldn't even spell words.
That's actually wonderful.
Yeah, I couldn't spell words like mango, like friend. It was that terrible. It was that terrible. Wow. And I remember they repeated me again in class 5 when I came. The first time we had exams, in the class were 91 kids in the class at the time. You know, those were the times of larger classes. So the first term, 91, I came 16th.
Wow.
Yes, Mr. Ashon Katai, because I remember that gentleman so much. So after school, I'll do the extra classes in school, and I'll come home again to do extra classes. So I was 16th out of 91 pupils, and then second term, I became 9th. Third term, it was 4th. Wow. I could never place first because of Michael Apia, Ralph Enim Asumeni, Jennifer Akomia, and Abdul Rahman.
Never forgot their names.
I would never forget. So I was alternating between 4th and 3rd, till set Midiwe JSS. At the time, it wasn't what?
It was JSS.
Yeah, it was JSS. It wasn't JHS.
No.
Exactly. It was JSS at the time. Yeah. And I'm grateful to the school that actually gave me my very good foundation. My formative years in Harrow International is what has shaped me into the woman I am today. And today we are going back to show them some love. Wow. Then you're being Bobaya.
So I'll be going to the TV3 Newday Bethlehem cluster of schools.
That's where you went to school?
No, I went to Dara's Preparatory School, but my school no longer exists.
School now.
Yeah. Oh, 2 of us.
Yeah.
Oh, you went there?
No, my school no longer exists. Just like
oh, the school. What happened?
I don't know what happened. Okay. I just know that sometime about 6 years ago, I decided to go back to the school to do something. And when I got to the school, it was not there. So,
as for ours, the building is still there.
My school no longer exists.
The building is still there. I went to Little Rock Academy at Kaswa.
Okay.
We used to wear yellow socks, black shoe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, it was like a proper Dadabi school at Kaswa back in the day. The school does not exist anymore. The buildings are there. I mean, I spoke to one of the guys whose family owns it, and I understand that it's actually been leased. So the structures are being used for a completely different purpose. Okay. So the school does not exist anymore. I mean, the buildings are just being used, I think, as a remedial school or something. I mean, that's the state of affairs.
But I'll be going back to, back to TV3 Newday. I had all of my education, my basic education in TV3 Newday. The first time I left TV was when I was going to secondary school, Bingham Secondary School, for SHS.
So
but prior to that, I was in TV that I didn't know. The furthest I went from TV was to visit my grandmother in Tema Newtown. to Tema, and we only went.
I think it's the same. It's the same for me as well. I mean, the first time. So I also did the whole schooling thing at Kaswa. The first time I moved out of Kaswa properly was when I went to the Eastern Region to Somania for high school at Ilo Krobo Senior High School.
So
that was the first time.
This morning I'll be going to the Tertiary Below Bethlehem Presbyterian School, and I chose Bethlehem because it's just a few meters from my house, and all of my aunties went to church at the Presby church, and I remember the church so well, and they always wanted to have a school. And when I went back just a couple of weeks ago, and I saw that it's actually one of the best public schools in Teshi at the moment. Wow. I visited the classrooms. So if the teachers at Tertiary Below Bethlehem, if you're watching, you're doing an amazing job. The students, they're great. I mean, this is a government school. The students do so well. They dress up very nicely, very neatly. Wow. Like they're very neat. White socks, black shoes. Wow. The compound is very clean, and the students are very well behaved. Wow. No, you're very well behaved. We have all these perceptions about government schools, Saito, and all
perception and reality of sorts. Because I also remember some of the government schools back in the day.
But I should say shouts to the teachers. I can speak in respect of this government school. The teachers are doing very well. Before, when you went to a government school, when you thought about a government school, you think that during break time they'll tack out. But this one they'll tack out and be fighting and be shouting and engaging in all sorts of unruly behavior. But this school, they do not, and I see that the teachers take very good care of them. So I'm going to be there today, and we're going to visit one very brilliant student who is doing so well in school, and the teachers are so proud of him. His academics, 100% doing great. His general behavior in school, the way he comports himself, and the way he reacts and interacts with his classmates in school, in the community, at church, and also at home. And so he's been singled out. He's doing so well. So we want to go visit him for Valentine's Day today and celebrate him. I don't know if you are watching, but
that's laudable.
But we'll be in Teshi.
I'm going to do the same as well.
For me, really, I would say that the game changer was when I was in SS, Urali Senior High School. And I had one of the best headmistresses ever, Jane Chinibwa. She came directly from Accra Girls, and she really taught us the values of being a lady. I remember one of the main things she talked about was, and I never forgot that, when you've been quiet for a very long time and you're going to talk to somebody, at least blow the air out so you don't blow the smelly breath, as it were, on the next person.
She taught you all that.
She really shaped me, honestly. Plus the teachers, the literature teacher, was it Madam Mary, and I did tree as well, by the way, so I know how to read and write tree also. I think that they were really great people. My government teacher, my geography teacher, Sebenasco, we used to call him.
Sebenasco.
Yes, but really I was really shaped at Urali Senior High School, and I'm grateful for all the things that I learned. Yes.
Well, we'll go back to our schools this morning and show them some. You know, the stories that you were telling me takes me back into time. I don't know if it's still done, but you remember those times at assembly? Your nails will be inspected in the morning. Your teeth will be inspected. The socks that you're wearing with the particular recommended shoes at the time will be inspected. And what betides you if you're not wearing any of those? You'll be called out. Either you kneel down for the most part of the morning.
It was like the disgrace of it. Did they used to check for lice in your school?
Yeah, those times. Yes. They used to. And then for the gentlemen, they'll check the back of the collar to see if it's dirty exactly or not. And I remember those were times when our uniforms were about 2 or 3. So Monday, Tuesday, you wear one, and then Wednesday, Thursday, you wear one, and then Friday. Or if you had 2, you wear Monday to Wednesday, and then Thursday.
Some of us had just one.
I knew. So how are you managed? How are you coping?
You manage like that. You don't have to. So you can't. If you go to school and you decide to go and play football,
you're sweating in it.
Yeah, you can imagine.
So you can't exercise the next day with the sweat.
It means that when you get home, you need to get it washed and pray that it dries. If it doesn't dry, then you have to do magical
You hang it behind the freezer.
Yeah.
Oh,
You hang it behind the freezer.
So yes, either the freezer or the fan. You know, the round ones. You have to hang it so that it will dry.
It will dry. Yeah. Those were the ways and means.
For me, one of the things I dreaded was latecomers. I mean, the teachers. There were actually special teachers in charge of ensuring that everybody came on time. And so I always never wanted to be late.
Right.
I was late twice when I was in SS and I got whipped on my bum. Yes, but yes, I think that it instilled that discipline.
I've never been in favor of that phenomenon though.
Yeah.
If a child is late to school, I don't see why you should punish the child.
By beating
because
them?
Obviously their parent had something to do with it.
No, sometimes
they
it's
couldn't.
the child.
They couldn't bring them early
Sometimes
enough.
it's the child.
It depends on the age of the child.
Sometimes
I think.
it's the child.
Like if you are in JHS, etc., it might. You can put it. You can put the blame squarely on the child. But then children in primary school who wait for their parents
I mean,
to bring them.
I mean, I agree with both views. But when I was in primary school, there was a morning. My mom told me the story recently. The house was very big. My dad's house was very big. I went to hide in one of the abandoned rooms behind the curtain. As in, they woke me up to go and take a shower. And when I was going, I went to sleep there. So they all finished and they were seated in the car and they just couldn't find me.
Right.
They went around the whole house. They just couldn't find me. Eventually, I was hiding behind the curtain. It's a big curtain.
And you were asleep.
I was sleeping. No, because I didn't have enough sleep. So they came and they found me there. They were all in the car.
It really depends.
So sometimes it's the child.
It's like my sister.
I mean, on the other hand, sometimes it's the parents.
My sister who will not write certain papers, and then my mother will ask, "So why do you have dash here?" I say, whilst they were writing there, and she would just say it casually, like. Yeah, I mean,
what is your sister's name? You need to give her a shout.
Rookie. She's somewhere in Canada sleeping by now. Rookie just goes, and she just says it casually. Now, boy,
Rookie is a hard guy.
Yeah, like the terminal report to come, there's dash. I'm like, I don't know what he.
Planting for food and jobs.
Anyway, let's look at our lineup for the morning. A whole lot going on in our cocoa industry, and there's so much to be talked about. The latest reforms and all of that, the cocoa bonds, everything that's trending about it will be talked about here this morning. And I think it's such a large topic that we may not be able to accommodate a second topic for our big issue. So we'll concentrate on that one. I see that, my darling, happy Valentine's Day to you, Mr. Jantwa. Mr. Jantwa is already in the studio, always early. The early bird is here already. And then Ebo Backman would also be here. Uncle Abraham Amaliba would also be here this morning. Seyidu Yoni, Managing Director, Produce Buying Company, will also be joining us. Nana Oboadia Bonsu, President, Concerned Farmers Association, will be here. And then Professor Bopin would also be here as an economist. They would all be here on the show discussing the big issue. And moving on to another breaking news, the MPP is back here on Media General.
Yes, they are back. The party issued a statement yesterday through its General Secretary, and the General Secretary who, through Richard Ahiagba, actually, the Communications Director, and the General Secretary of the party will be joining us this morning for a discussion. We'll talk all about the MPP's rebuilding process. We'll also talk about assessment of President Mahama's term of office. We'll look at the recent MPP flag bearer elections, what it means for the party as well. So it's a packed show this morning. Stay tuned in. Yes, absolutely. Just once you are seated and you have TV on, just don't move, don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Yes. But remember, you're cashing out with us real big this morning. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, and possibly the last person will be taking away a whopping 10,000 Ghana cedis this morning. Please make sure you play as many times as possible to increase your chances of winning. You're choosing option 8, which is the MG jackpot option. Please don't choose option 2, the TV3 option. You won't get anything today. So please choose option 8. One coupon is costing you 10 Ghana cedis. Play as many times as possible to increase your chances of winning. All right, Beatrice, what are we doing this morning?
This morning we're looking at the cocoa sector. Like you rightly said, there's a lot to talk about. The Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiela Tuforsin, mentioning a number of things that are going to be done within the cocoa sector, including the order from the cabinet meeting for the Attorney General to look into some of the activities of the Cocoa Board within the last 8 years. So yes, that's what we want to throw to you. The reforms that were announced, sitting back and watching the Finance Minister, what do you think about them? Will these be the game changer that Cocoa Board needs to ensure that this very agency thrives and it improves the economy?
And also shifting all the debt from the Cocoa Board to the Ministry of Finance as
the
well.
ones to the Roads Ministry as well. I believe it gives Cocoa Board a bit of relief, but to what extent?
Actually saw an AI-generated picture of
yes, I saw that
Dr.
too.
Tuforsin with the hair clipper.
Okay,
giving them the haircut.
Someone is there now, our body part is Sakura. He said there's been a haircut.
There was also one with Randy Abe running and the farmers chasing him with hose. Exactly.
I think that's on the back on what stands out, I think, for most people on social media after the announcements is the reduction in producer price.
Yes.
That's the one thing that we see a lot of commentary on. People expressing concern about how the cocoa farmers are going to cope now that there's such a big reduction. So the price is now set at 41,392 per ton, which is equivalent to 2,587 per bag. And this took place immediately, effectively, yesterday. As soon as it was announced. But we're told that it's supposed to inject some liquidity into the sector. It's actually supposed to fix things for the better. So it might be a short period of suffering, for the cocoa farmers.
I think it's important that, and a part of the ministry's statement that excited me was the medium-term and long-term measures that we're talking about. And we all agree that we have to get to the point where we focus more on processing our cocoa and putting it out there. I mean, the chocolates are made in Ghana. All the chocolates are made in Ghana. By the way, they're all made in Ghana chocolates. Yeah, it's very important because it means that with the global commodity prices, if you just limit yourself to the raw products, once prices drop, you take the biggest hit basically because the people who are buying it are now going to turn them into these products that we have here. So once you're able to put a bit more value on it, it makes it easier. I mean, if chocolate prices generally are very high. Chocolates are expensive. I mean, so it's a way of making some good money. And I'm happy about the fact that government intends to shift there and ensure that we process most of our cocoa rather than just sending the raw beans out of the country. And that is the point ought to get to eventually.
And for me, the other side of it also is the processing company as well, going to get a lot more to work on. It means that a lot more people are going to get jobs anyway at the end of the day. So this is great. Well,
and it really cuts across other sectors as well, not just cocoa. I think we've had a similar conversation about shea butter, for example.
Yes.
We still export our shea beans, right? When we could actually add value to it, produce the shea butter, process it locally, and then export the processed product. Because what we do now is that we export all of it. Now, wherever it goes to, they add value to it, and then
they bring it back.
And it's expensive. It's expensive.
And we pay more for it. Same with chocolate. I mean, we've acquired a taste for foreign chocolates. We've acquired a taste for all the others, from Celebration to Toblerone to Max to Snickers and the bars and Bounty and all of those. We now that's what we like. But the cocoa is from here.
But the funny thing is, I've never lost taste for Ghana's cocoa.
Oh, you haven't, right?
Yes, I love the original taste, because anytime I taste anything outside,
you don't like it.
It tastes too sugary for me.
Too refined.
I feel that
and
this
way
is
too
really
refined.
This is really like the best quality. So
thank you again this morning for our.
It's also made in Ghana.
Yes, it's made in Ghana.
Yeah.
Is that niche?
No, this one is Fair Freak.
It's also made in Ghana.
Very nice.
The packaging is really beautiful. Yeah. Thank you.
So we're going to play this morning montage while all of us here gather around cookies so far, so we can read the love notes which she has received from Akable. Hey, I have a song for you, Akable. Ladies and gents.
Oh, are you ready now?
We are taking the girl away. All right,
this is a warning to all the gentlemen out there. Moya, I say you are not coming now. Akable, who wants to take it away?
It's time for this morning.
All right, welcome back. Let's get talking. The phone lines have been activated. Let's know what your thoughts are on all the reforms emanating from the discussions about cocoa from, of course, Atu, who is forcing. Let's know what your thoughts are. Yes, and the first caller, Buzz, baby. The first caller is on the line. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Google. How are you?
Is this Peter T?
How are you doing?
I'm very well. Who's speaking, please?
My name is Mugabe, calling from Prince Edward.
Oh, nice. Mugabe, how are you doing?
Quickly, let me give thanks to the president for coming to resolve the cocoa sector issue. And I said I'm a cocoa farmer. And we have been going through this for since the year 2020. Where they sell the cocoa beans to the buyer, they will take the beans and not pay you. And it will take a long time before sometimes they will pay you. And that is what is making some of us do interest in cocoa farming. So thank God for the president coming on board to do that. But I expect to the president that we are facing water issue.
Oh,
so
still.
The president to take a look about Punkatamasu for us. That is what means that the 2020 campaign. That once we get the to require to make pipelines within the Punkatamasu area for us so that we can get water in our home. And then you can where you are supposed to do your part. So just it I want to start looking for the road.
Okay.
Some people people that is very, very, very bad.
Okay.
We are able to do something about it for us.
All right.
And God bless all of you.
Bless you too.
God
Well,
bless you
well
too.
noted. I'm sure duty bearers and stakeholders will take a listen and work on that as well. I think when Honorable Governor Agboja was here the other day, I think, if I remember correctly, I think he mentioned that road as well.
Okay.
And hopefully in the near future, very soon. I mean, I'm sure that it will be constructed as well. Okay, Akable, there are some graphics coming up that you would want to take us
just
through
to give
have
us a
better
sense of
understanding.
how
Yeah.
things are looking in terms of the reforms that have been announced by government and the key changes that is coming up on the screen right about now. And so first, the key cocoa sector reforms by the government. Cabinet directs Cocoa Board to begin immediate payment of all farmers. And beginning from the 2026-2027 crop season, at least 50% of Ghana's cocoa beans will be processed locally. And that's what I was talking about earlier about the need to do that. PBC will be revived to resume full operations to become the leading license buying company with immediate effect. A new financing model will utilize domestic cocoa bonds to purchase cocoa and repay proceeds. Bonds will be used to set up a revolving fund. So this is how we'll be financing, moving away from the syndicated loan, which we did not use in the last two seasons, and as the previous season and the current season as well. The legacy debts of the Cocoa Board will be converted to the Ministry of Finance and Bank of Ghana to restore its balance sheet.
I think that's the last one.
Yes.
Yeah. Master Planner, good morning to you. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah,
It is you.
Alhamdulillah, I mean, I don't be able to batch on say.
Me hoye pa. Get a person. Why?
I could quite be a for me, and I'm said about I should change your life now. Anyway, before I go there, let me say a special good morning to the cherished US and then my incoming president, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bome, 2029, inshallah. And then Commander Christiana Lloyd. He will be coming for MPP National Youth Organizer. I know he is the best person to lead the MPP front.
Propaganda anti wo unia hoto. Yentwaso.
Me share aduma to say that no. Pian yi answer me as mama Dr. Bome wa in the hands of Chris Lloyd. And also Barbary in the hands of propaganda. Fact and figures on the back. You see, President Mahama and the NDC government has really resetted the cocoa sector. This is a total formatting. Because when you were in opposition, you told us that you are coming to pay them 6,500 on the floor of Parliament. You remember, the previous government took cocoa prices for around 400 Ghana cedis per bag. In 2017, in our new entry, around February, March, cocoa prices at the world market dropped. But President Nana didn't reduce the prices of cocoa in this country, but rather find ways and means to maintain those prices. Today, President Mahama, and then this when we want to talk, oh, crude oil has come down, fuel has come down, about Papa, dollar rate has come down, about Papa. No, cocoa prices have dropped in the world market, and you want to tell us that about Papa, and you are telling us about the previous administration debt that they left. This is not how we govern. We govern with plans. It's not that you are talking about medium plans and future plans. That's not how governance is done. As I said yesterday, governance is not like managing a KG1 class. You have to plan before you even come to office. You wrote your manifesto. You can go to your manifesto page 41 and check the promises you made to cocoa farmers. It's not now that you'll be setting cabinet meeting, emergency cabinet meeting, just to go and reduce the prices of cocoa farming.
MPK, thank you. MPK, thank you very much. I've told you, when you do call us, please make it short so other people can also submit their thoughts.
Yes, we have a woman joining us after a while.
I'm always happy when it's the women,
Yes.
you know.
Ajwa Sewa joins us on the phone. Good morning to you, Ajwa. Thank you so much for joining us. Hello, Ajwa Sewa.
Majwa, are you listening to us through the TV set?
Hello?
Okay.
Okay, it looks like we have a problem with the line, but Ajwa would love to hear from you. So please ensure that you're able to connect with us and share your thoughts with us. But we have another caller on the line as well. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. Please tell us your name, where you're calling us from. Hello? Okay, we'll have to restore. I think there's a challenge with the line. We'll have to rectify that and then get back to you. But if you're trying to reach us, yes, the numbers are displayed on your screen. Call in and share your thoughts with us. The reforms that were announced by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atto-Forson, as regards dealing with the crisis within the cocoa sector. But a number of you have already sent in your messages. So, Joe, I realized you were going to just read
this one here from
some of them.
Faka Kiwa. I said my regards to Al-Haji Al-Hassan, aka the Lion, and the indefatigable MC of the municipality. And you go on to say that the government has taken measures to rectify the rot left by the previous MPP government at the cocoa sector. The reforms take us in the right direction. That's your opinion there. Another one here. You say, okay, it's quite a long one. Maybe we should pick the call and come back.
Yes, we should. Good morning to you. Thank you so much. We could actually hear you earlier. Please tell us your name, where you're calling us from.
I'm calling from Mpuma.
Mpuma?
Yes, Mpuma. But near Nkrofo.
Okay.
Western region.
Okay.
Western region.
Yes, sir. What's your name, please?
Yes, my name is Apostle Daniel Kaku.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. Please share your thoughts with us.
I just want to contribute to the topic on the floor. And I'm very, very, very surprised at the way my last brother spoke. I don't know, I'm forgetting the name.
MPK.
You know, there are
Master planning.
There are certain things that we should not put too much politics in it. We must know how the country is going, and when we don't support it, at the end of it all will bring problem for us all, not only one person. And we must always also give respect. The guy talking to that Mahama, not even adding president, whatever it is, he's our president. Whether you voted for him or not, he's our president. And so we should be able to give respect to whom respect is due. And so like this cocoa problem that has come, you know, it is something that has started for a longer time. But the president that came and the government that came, they did not focus on that area. It is now that when things have gone back that they are seeing it. So there is a way to go about it so that at the end, all of us, I myself talking, I am a farmer. My father was a farmer. Mother, everybody in fact in our family, we are all farmers and we grow cocoa too. We have affected everything. But compare this to the haircut that President Akufo did. Which one is more terrible? So please, let us all. I just want to urge all our brothers, sisters, mothers, everybody that let us fear the president that everything that he's doing, I think God by himself will bless this country and things will be well. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to talk. Thank you.
So he agrees that even though it may not be a pleasant situation, it's better than the haircut, the DDP, and all that.
Yes, and he talks about the fact that the family, almost all of them are farmers, and they do grow cocoa as well. So they understand the situation irrespective of.
Let me read some messages coming in on this matter. This one from Frank says, I believe the government can do with cocoa what it did with gold. The way the gold board has transformed our economy, the cocoa can do same. It's a step in the right direction. And I hope that farmers would understand for now. Okay. More messages coming in. Good morning to Na and the lover boy Akable. You and Cookie will make a very dynamic couple. But I hope it doesn't break Beatrice's heart. Okay. Now to the matter for discussion. Okay. I've seen a lot of comments on social media which are making it look like the government is doing something wrong. Obviously, all of them are from the opposition side. Let us call what is good, good, and what is bad, bad. The things that we suffered under the previous administration can never be compared to something like this, which will take us forward. Thank you.
Same sentiments as the caller.
Yeah. And David says, I hope that when Akable sits with the panel, they'll give us a better understanding. Because as for me, I don't understand what is going on at all.
Now you would have to hold on.
I believe
you would have to hold on because my other lover boy is
Peter
also...
T.
No, not Peter T. Hold on, you hear it right now.
Okay.
Alaji, how are you? Alaji, today you have to do show because somebody in the studio has beaten you to it. Somebody in the studio has beaten you to so today there you have to do show. Last year.
Just a now can
my best friend Rula. Just send my listen to them.
Can you imagine? Alaji, today I'll cut you.
Honorable Benata, you are prepared to put this
Alaji, did you hear what I said?
I can hear you clear.
Of course. He has lost his voice, so he can't hear you.
The line is not good.
Alaji.
Yes.
Are you aware that tomorrow is Valentine's Day?
Oh, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Okay. I'll give you a surprise.
Other baby.
I'll surprise you tomorrow. Don't worry.
What's that the mark home? Even one person.
Polygamous.
Even one person from last year no show, and then you've added 2 other people, 3 women. It's okay. Tell us what you want to tell us this morning.
Saturday, you know something?
No, tell us.
Our network is very terrible network.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell. Your line is pretty bad today.
If you speak to me, unless I exercise vision to listen to what you said.
And yeah, would you continue? The network has helped. Yes, sir.
When you look about the cocoa sector, now President John Dramani Mahama and Finance Minister Dr. Asufo have done their best to see how you will let the cocoa farmers enjoy. Because of that, if you reduce the tax and the fish tax, it's good. Unless NPP cocoa farmers, they don't appreciate that president and finance minister do. When you look about these people, they cost a lot less for the cocoa farmers. They cost less for the cocoa farmers. And they don't want cocoa farmers to enjoy. And yesterday I saw some every day publishing in social media, and some cocoa farmer is happy. People that we appreciate President John Dramani, even though they keep fund and the people, it is the thing that we talk about. Then you understand, Mama, just for the Daniel, by the President John Dramani and Agri Minister, just Eric Opoku, we should look at our people too. The farmers.
Okay. Alaji, we would have to end it here because I'm finding it difficult to understand what you're saying because obviously your line or your signal is terrible. Sorry, we had to let you go, but yeah, I'm sure you have a better connection next time we speak on the phone. I'm told that the next caller is on the line. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Your name and where you're calling us from, sir?
My name is Anthony. I'm calling from Nanumba South District.
All right, Anthony, talk to us.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Anthony, we can hear you.
Yes. I want to say very good morning to your listeners and then those of us who are also trying to contribute to the topic on discussion. But then my point is this way. It is so unfortunate that some Ghanaians are trying to make politics out of this issue. Yeah, it's so unfortunate. I do not expect, personally, this is my opinion, I do not expect that people will be calling and saying things as if government has done something very well for the cocoa farmers.
Okay.
Please, it's so unfortunate. But then, my point is this way. I want to also let people know that there are other farmers who are equally struggling. I am from the north, where my district we are young farmers. We farm yam, we farm cassava, and all that. My sister, come here and see the way farmers are struggling. Those of us who are farming tubers, we are struggling. Young farmers, cassava farmers, we are struggling. Things are not buying. But we are only hoping that one day things will change.
Okay.
They shouldn't come out and be saying things as if we have not seen words from them. If it is about promising and failing, we have not forgiven them. We haven't forgiven them.
Okay.
So that is the point I'm trying to make.
Point well noted.
We hope that in the few months to come, things will change.
Thank
then
you.
Hope for better than. Thank
Point
you very
well
much.
noted. Thank you so much for calling us. Let me do this birthday dedication before we move on to other things. Vivian Yaya Johnson, Eastern Regional Manager of AME Zion Education Unit and Schools. It's a birthday dedication coming from Pakwesi and daughters Esther, Vanessa, and Christabel. They say they love you so much. Enjoy the fruits of your labor. So happy birthday to you, Vivian Yaya Johnson, Eastern Regional Manager of AME Zion Education Unit and Schools. Remain blessed, ma'am.
A number of you have sent us messages. It says, Mustafa Loa Manya Krobo says, let's be mindful that the government does not buy cocoa. Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't get the rest of the messages, but Prince Henry Koforidia says, good morning, Queen Beatrice, and to the rest. Okay. I'm sorry, I've just had a little, but let me just read this one from
Beatrice.
Mr. Yang Samoyen.
You only read the Queen Beatrice. You didn't read
I was going to read the rest and the thing got deleted. So it says, good morning, Akable, Beatrice, and Cookie and Na.
Okay.
Cocoa plays a critical role in the economy of Ghana and must therefore be given the needed attention. However, I think Ghana is overly dependent on cocoa alone as a cash crop. There are other equally important cash crops like shea and cashew. Investment in shea and cashew provides an alternative if cocoa sector is facing marketing challenges. It says the MPP's official return to the media journal does not make news. The party chickened out. Okay, so that's coming from Simon Yen from WA. Thank you so much.
More messages coming in. Good morning, ladies and Mr. Joseph. As a matter of fact, the NDC works much more than it talks. The NDC always tells the truth. Cocoa farmers will be happy very soon. Anyway, it's welcome back to the MPP, to Media General. They should please behave well. Now, will it be my Valentine?
Hey.
And that's from Kotoka Courage inside Agoga.
Oh, Courage Kotoka.
Lashivi.
Oh.
And Prince Harry from Koforidua says, on the cocoa issue, I want to commend the government for the initiative taken to curb the menace. This initiative will go a very long way to help our cocoa farmers and Ghana at large. For the nano minority, they should continue doing politics with everything, and we'll keep them in opposition for a very long time. All right, I'll read one last message. Greetings to you all. Cocoa plays a critical role. I think you read that message already. Cookie, do you have any more messages?
A few here. Irakwa Richard says, NPP reappearing on Media General perhaps because they believe the current cocoa sector concerns provide them with a compelling talking point. Yet they have always maintained representation on TV3. I'm confident that the NDC government will resolve the cocoa sector challenges and strengthen the industry. Okay. Arise Tescon says, paint incompetent John Mahama's NDC government. I blame the media and Nasi for painting Bola goods. John Mahama and his NDC for Ghanaians to buy as brand new. Okay, I've read your message. Yes. Mohammed AC says, when the NDC members, including Atro Forcing, oh wow, were politicizing the issue, where were you? They are getting a taste of their own medicine. I can tell you there's no farmer currently in this country who is happy. From maize farmers, soya beans, yam, to cocoa farmers, none of them is getting the value of their investment. The artificial city appreciation is affecting producers more than consumers. There should be a balanced benefit for everyone. Okay. Thank you, guys. I think the direction of the cameras, you would have to help us with the LPMs, please.
All right, this Valentine's weekend, love lives at the Accra City Hotel. Make it a complete romantic escape with our Valentine's staycation. Only 2,040 Ghana cedis. Enjoy an overnight stay at our elegant queen room with breakfast for two from Friday, the 13th of February, that's today. All right, enjoy Kizomba in the City Lounge, the chocolate edition. Enjoy free entry from 7 p.m. with special cocktails created just for the night. Saturday, the 14th, that's tomorrow, Valentine's Day dinner and serenade. Indulge in a romantic buffet. Enjoy live band music, live band performances, and receive complimentary chocolates for the couple starting 6 p.m. On Sunday, lunch buffet with live band music from 12:30 p.m. featuring a wide selection of delicious local dishes. And later in the evening, you can unwind by the pool with classics where guests get to watch classic Ghanaian movies under the stars from 6:30 p.m. absolutely free with snacks and drinks available for purchase. This Valentine's weekend, celebrate love with music, food, unforgettable memories all in one place. The Accra City Hotel, and it's located on the Barnes Road directly opposite the Octagon. To make any reservations, you can please call us on 0577 600 444 or 0302 633 863. Accra City Hotel, where love takes the center stage. It's so romantic.
It is.
Yeah. Akable.
Yeah.
Accra City Hotel.
Yes.
Would you take Cookie to go and watch movies under the stars?
Everything is in a note.
Everything is in a note.
We can buy a gym, Lulu.
We can me at Accra Day.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm staging a play in Tape.
Where you match?
On Sunday.
Yes,
I'll come. So this is my plan for the weekend.
Hey, you're
so
going
today,
to Accra.
yeah, I'm going. So I'll be in Takrady tomorrow for Run for Your Wife at the Palms by Eagle Hotel. I'm really looking forward to it. This would be my first time in Takrady since the Perfect Picture film in 2009.
Okay.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm excited about it. So if you're watching from Takrady, I'll be there tomorrow evening. So please come to the Palms by Eagle Hotel. Come hang out with us. Then on Sunday, straight to the Kumasi Sports Stadium. Yes. Do you have a coach? Do you have a coach?
Well, it doesn't matter. Karim left his blueprint. So
coach. Now, what are you using the blueprints for?
I beg you,
if the coach himself has left,
don't worry, you will see so. I was asking about your gym because you need the granola bar. Yes, when you go to the gym this weekend.
We're taking some to the stadium.
But it's not just for sports activities or anything else. You can use it the entire day. It's for kids, for adults. It has all the vitamins. vitamins and nutrients that you need. It's really good for you. Akable is tired of eating it because that's what qualified him to be a lawyer.
That's why they put Akable cookie on the box. You see, Akable cookie on the box.
And then, what is true? What is true now? What is true? No, but it's not just us who consume it all.
Yeah. I had about 2 boxes last year.
See?
Okay. And I finished it, you won't believe it. I finished it this year, early this year.
Okay.
I still gave some out. So it's really nice. The honey, the wheat. Yeah.
So you have to munch on these
granola
when
bars.
You're done. Exactly. Or still nibble on it whilst you are working out. You know, in the gym, right? You can have your smoothies or you can nibble on these granola bars. So
it gives you energy.
Yeah, so take it to the gym, nibble on it whilst you are in the gym, all right? Okay, thank you for calling us and for sending us messages. We are super grateful. So we are grateful that you always make this very intro segment a very sweet one. One last reminder,
Indeed,
and then we'll take a break.
If you're looking for university that will prepare your child for the future, then Academic City University is the best choice for you. At Academic City, we do not just teach, we nurture creators, innovators, and leaders who shape tomorrow's world. We offer undergraduate programs in engineering, computational sciences, business and communication arts, and our BSc in artificial intelligence and robotics engineering are the first and only one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. Yes, with world-class facilities and industry-experienced faculty, students do not just learn the latest technology, they actually create it. And for working professionals and young graduates, we have got you covered as well with our MSc programs in cybersecurity and data science analytics, as well as our professional certificate programs. At Academic City, our programs are practical, relevant, and future-focused. Call us now on 026-269-3870 or visit acity.edu.gh for more information. Admissions are now open. Academic City, make your mark, and we're giving you a lot of money.
A lot of money.
2,000,
3,000, 4,000, 5,000, and possibly 10,000.
Yes, you pick the option
2, 3, 4, 5, and possibly 10,000 this morning.
Yeah.
MG Jackpot, which is the option 8, is what you're choosing. Play as many times as possible to secure your chance of winning and winning big here on the show. Happy Valentines, everyone. We'll be back right after this break.
Why settle for a bouquet when you can have a vacation?
Join us at the Chill River Resort in Cater,
where the world stops and the focus is entirely on the two of you, just you and your lover.
And you're still here on Newday on TV3. Welcome to The Big Issue. My name is Beatrice Edu. Today, we're going to delve into the reforms announced by the Finance Minister yesterday, Dr. Kasia Latofosin, following that emergency cabinet meeting as regards finding the solution or the measures needed to deal with the financial crisis within the cocoa sector. We'll be bringing you excerpts of what he said during the press briefing yesterday. And of course, we had the minority as well also reacting to the announcements that were made and the reforms as well by the Finance Minister. We'll get that reaction as well and bring you some in-depth analysis of really what these issues are about and what we need to do moving forward. Let me introduce my panel. I do have with me Mr. Seidu Yonye. He's Managing Director, Produce Buying Company. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you. And thanks to our cherished viewers.
I also do have just on my right side here, Mr. Issa. And he's actually a member of the Finance Committee, Ata Issa MP Sanerigu, and member of Finance Committee of Parliament. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you also for joining us.
Thank you, too.
We do have our regular panelist, Mr. Ebu Bakman, Senior Communicator, Movement for Change. It's great to have you as well.
It's always a pleasure.
And of course, Mr. Kwame Jantra, who is private legal practitioner and a member of the Convention's People's Party. So it's great to have you as well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy Valentines.
Happy Valentine to you as well. Yes. Hopefully we'll get a lot of surprises from you.
I thought we'd see a box of chocolates on the table today. But
okay. Shadrach has heard you. We'll go into that. But yes, so we're going into all the details we got yesterday from the Finance Minister, and I'll get the preliminary thought of my panel members. But first, I want us to watch a bit of what Dr. Kasia Latofosin told us yesterday, giving us details of that emergency cabinet meeting and the kind of decisions taken there. Watch this.
In the history of the cocoa industry, in 2023, the annual syndicated suffered significant delays due to the loss of confidence in the Ghanaian economy and the sector. The first tranche was received on 22nd December 2023, 4 months after the commencement of the season. Cocoa Board projected an output of 800,000 tons and committed 786,672 tons in contracts in 2023 and 2024 crop season. However, actual production was 432,145 tons, a deviation of over 45%. The Minister of Roads and Cocoa Board jointly conducted this rationalization exercise to reduce the exposure on cocoa roads. Upon the completion of the exercise, the total exposure of 21.7 billion Ghana cedis has since been reduced to 4.35 billion Ghana cedis. Cabinet has directed that the liabilities of the 4.35 billion be transferred to the Ministry of Roads and Ministry of Finance. Cabinet also noted that road construction accounts for a significant part of the financial difficulties that Cocoa Board is facing at the moment. Pursuant to the earlier announcement that I made in the course of last year, the new cocoa bill that is going to Parliament will now prohibit Cocoa Board from such quasi-fiscal expenditures and other non-core expenditures going forward. And it will come with punishment if they ever do so. Cabinet also directed the Attorney General to commission concurrent forensic audit and criminal investigation into the activities of Cocoa Board.
And he watched excerpts of the press conference by the finance minister giving us some details. There were some others he mentioned. I want you to watch this as I read through some of the summarized points he made yesterday at that press conference. Yes, so he said that Cabinet has directed Cocoa Board to begin immediate payment of all farmers. Beginning from the 2026-2027 crop season, at least 50% of Ghana's cocoa beans will be processed locally. PBC will be revived to resume full operations to become leading license buying company with immediate effect. New financing module will utilize domestic cocoa bonds to purchase cocoa and repay proceeds. Bonds will be used to set up a revolving fund. Legacy debts of the Cocoa Board will be converted to the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana to restore its balance sheet. And so that was what you just watched there from the finance minister. But there were also the bit about introduction of automatic producer price adjustment linked to global prices and exchange rate, guarantee of a minimum producer price, replacement of the old syndicated loan module with domestic cocoa bonds. He talked about permission for Cocoa Board to sell any volume of beans to local processors, revival of the produce buying company, mandatory processing of at least 50%, what I just read to you, also conversion of 5.8 billion legacy debt into equity, transfer of 4.35 billion road liabilities to the Roads Ministry, forensic audit and criminal investigation into Cocoa Board's past operations, which the AG has been asked to do. Let me perhaps first get the thought of Mr. Ataisa, who is MP for Saneligo and member of the Finance Committee as well. I mean, I want to believe that a lot of the deliberations also took place at the Finance Committee, which is where you are. If you can help us understand what went into some of these decisions that we heard the Finance Minister announce yesterday.
All right. So let me say good morning to my colleague panelists and to your good self and to the viewers. And I'll also begin by extending our prayers and thoughts with the Minister for Education and Deputy Communication Minister and other delegations of the team that was going to the Upper West region that had an accident yesterday. Our thoughts are with him. Now, this morning, I am proud to be associated with a government that is a listening government. What I saw yesterday and the day before yesterday demonstrated that if an approval rating poll is done today, you see some level of appreciation, the approval rating of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Cocoa sector has been the backbone of the Ghanaian economy in the last 40 years. And despite its challenges, you cannot discount the fact that it contributes significantly to the forex market of Ghana, to the export values, and also to GDP growth. So any threat on the sustainability of that sector should be a deep concern to any government, I say. So when this matter of cocoa farmers not getting paid, it was a significant issue that drew the attention of both Parliament and the Executive. And we sought to understand what exactly accounted for such a difficulty. So several financing models came out. But before I even deal with that, you must appreciate where we are coming from. It's important because there are a lot of disinformation out there and people trying to play politics with everything. In fact, the worry I guess sometimes is that the end victim or the end user in this matter is the ordinary cocoa farmer. So anything that we are doing that does not uplift the economic status of the people, we are just doing politics. Now, before a cocoa beans is purchased from the cocoa farmer, annually, the Producer Price Review Committee sets the price based on the prevailing world market price. I just want us to get it right. If you don't know the problem and distorted information is put out there, then it distorts the whole conversation. Now, before the Producer Price Review Committee came out with a price, for the 2025-2026 season, you know, the season began in August 2025. the world market price at that time, and this is a deregulated market, meaning that there's a perfect information available to all stakeholders. You cannot change it. At that time, the world market price was around 7,200. And government had made a promise to pay 70% of FOB price to the farmer. And the interest rate we were using at that time was 10.5%. Now, when this came out, 2 months down the line, Côte d'Ivoire, which is our major competitor. In fact, Ghana lost the enviable position of producing premium cocoa years ago because of Galamsey. Now, Côte d'Ivoire is now a global threat to us in the cocoa industry. Because they saw that Ghana gave an incentive to the cocoa farmer to get the cocoa beans, Côte d'Ivoire announced their FOB price 20% higher than that of Ghana. As a rational seller, what farmers necessarily would have done was to reroute their trade dimensions by engaging the Côte d'Ivoire market in smuggling. In order to safeguard the interests of this country and to make sure that cocoa board survives, government was forced to also increase the FOB price to the cocoa farmer. Now, it's also important for us to know that the idea behind this was to reduce smuggling, the appetite for smuggling. And come to think of this, just August that you said the price at from 7,200 world market price, it plummeted to $6,400. In this case, ordinarily, for the last 32 years, we usually go for syndicated loan. And let me explain this for the viewers. When we say syndicated loan, you go and present your financial statements and your desire to purchase cocoa beans to various banks, and they buy into the idea. Monies are transferred directly into Cocoa Board. Cocoa Board have the liquidity to go and purchase the cocoa beans itself. At that time, Cocoa Board can do stock or they do forward sales. So buyers at that time can come and say, okay, we need your cocoa beans. But Cocoa Board projection will say, we are selling this amount today, and there's cocoa beans to do it. Or Cocoa Board will also put it in our warehouses in Tema and hedge it to get the best price out of it. Because of the debt restructuring program that happened in 2022, Cocoa Board was in a debt of 32 billion Ghana cedis. We were so illiquid that we could no longer purchase the cocoa beans, and no syndication, no bank was willing to give Cocoa Board a syndicated facility. After 32 years, successive withdrawal of syndicated facility. Though I have a challenge with that, and I am very happy with the way we are trying to deal with the issue of the financing. So the point I'm trying to drive is that Cocoa Board at that stage was already highly indebted. Now, the model MPP introduced in the 24-25 season was that they look for the buyers, and then the buyers bring the financing. And when they bring the financing, Cocoa Board now use the financing from the buyers to go to the cocoa farms and get the produce. Now, the buyers come with their spot rates. However, cocoa price has now plummeted further to about 4,100. Who bears the cost of the difference? Who bears it?
The point the critics are making is that, yes, you say, and yesterday we heard the finance minister say that our prices are high, although the prices are plummeted. I mean, from $12,000 to, it was 5,000, it dropped to 4,000. I'm hearing that it's around 3,000 plus now. So it still continues to drop.
So what are the critics saying?
The point he made was that the current price is going to be an incentive for the farmers such that they will not smuggle the cocoa beans out. But there are critics who say that this is not incentive enough, from 3,600 to now 2,500. I'm sure yesterday you monitored even the minorities' press conference.
No, as for the minority, the least said about them, the better. I have just painted a picture. For the first time in our history, cocoa sector was restructured in terms of debt. And majority of the debt was a non-core function of Ghana Cocoa Board, that is cocoa rows. Even in 3 years, we awarded a total contract of 26 billion Ghana cedis. Where have you ever seen something like that? Now, let's come to the critics' idea of the reduction in the offerable price. Currently, Ghana's cocoa is highly uncompetitive, in the sense that, like I indicated, we are not doing this alone. Ghana is doing it with our peers who are also in the cocoa industry. And cocoa prices are highly deregulated. If you check your Google right now, current cocoa price, it is clearly stated. The question you should be asking yourself now is that, do we pretend and continuously offer the same price we are offering to the buyers at this rate, or we reflect the reality? What we saw yesterday was to demonstrate to the cocoa farmer that, yes, we appreciate the challenges that you are going through. However, because of the difficulties that we have found ourselves with the mess created in the cocoa industry, government is proposing that, because at the end of the day, cocoa farmers need payment. How do we get money to pay the cocoa farmers immediately? So that is why government proposed a reduction to reflect the current market position. And let this get sink into everybody's mind. The reduction is anchored on the current world market price. It is not driven by personal desire.
And I'll come back to you. Let me get the preliminary thought of Mr. Jantua, the announcements that were made yesterday, and really whether or not you think these are realistic enough to revive our cocoa sector as we have it now.
Good morning. Good morning to my fellow panelists. Realistic enough? Depends on how we operate it. Depends on whether we have the knowledge and capacity to put the strategy in place and put the strategy in place well. I think it is welcoming to know how government, or to see how government quickly took the bull by the horns and tried to sort it out. I keep saying, and I will continue to say, that oil, cocoa, and gold can look after this country without any problems. All the other minerals and resources are just a top-up. So the management of it is key. We cannot joke with cocoa farmers. We cannot joke with the cocoa crop. But for me, one of the good things that I see in this list of 10 is the fact that there's going to be mandatory processing of at least 50% of cocoa locally from 2026 to 2027. Remember, 100 kilos of beans, when processed, the output of that is only 80%. So if you take 100% of the beans that you send to the processors, what they get out, especially for the liquor, is only 80%. So it goes to show that we need to increase our growing of cocoa. The challenges that are there basically is galamsey, because you don't grow cocoa in the air, you grow cocoa on land. And we are using this land to do things that are untoward. But generally, I think looking at the 10-point plan that the Ministry of Finance has brought out through Cabinet, it seems to work. Immediate payment of all outstanding arrears owed to cocoa farmers. The question I asked with that particular point was, if Cocoa Board doesn't have the money, where's the money going to come from?
Exactly, and that's a question that I would ask him when I come back.
Yeah. It struck me.
Yeah.
Because if that is the case, then government should be able to tell us where that money is coming from. Which particular sinking fund, wherever, where is that money coming from to be able to pay the cocoa farmer? Because we don't want a situation where cocoa farmers will say, government says you should pay us immediately, but then the money isn't coming. And then we are doing argy-bargy, only to find that there's no money to pay. So the Minister of Finance should be clear. Cocoa Board, you have X amount of money. They already owe government some amount of money. I think it's 71 million or so. So they already owe them some money. How are we going to pay this money? Introduction of automatic producer price adjustments linked to global prices and exchange rates. I think that is good because it will be a swinging thing. So if exchange rate goes up, we know how it's going to be. If it goes down, we know how it's going to be. If the world price goes, we know. So it is linked to that, which is a good thing. We can all see any depreciation or appreciation of what will happen. I think it's also important that the CD is maintained at a certain level, because the moment the CD starts to drop, then we are challenged. So you see that the economy has a huge role to play in these cocoa situations that the finance minister has listed. Guarantee of a minimum producer price, replacement of the old syndicated loan model with domestic cocoa bonds. Syndicated loans had been going on for quite some time.
Yes.
They seem to have worked very well in the past. The Cocoa Board has been able to pay back. What went wrong? And this is where Sometimes you don't want to politicize. But it happened in the last government that the syndicated loans did not work. A certain quantum of cocoa was sold forward, and we couldn't produce that quantity for the buyers
over
to buy.
333,000.
Yes, buyers to buy. What then happened to that element of the syndicated loan that was meant for these cocoa beans? What was meant? What happened to it? That one we don't know. And then when you go and ask, they say, "Oh, why are you asking? It is this government that is in power." Some of these things have happened in the past. Some of these things, as they call it, are legacy debts that have been there for a while. And you'd have thought when the previous government came in, they would have cleared some of this. But what went wrong? Overhaul should come. He doesn't want to come. These are some of the questions we would need to ask him. Permission for Cocoa Board to sell any volume of beans to local processors. Who are the local processors? We have what? CPC? Yes? WAMCO?
Yes.
We have the one in Tema, Niche. Niche. And then there's the Afrotropics. Will these companies be able to plan their outputs towards supply? So we need to see at any given time what quantum of beans are available to be able to supply these producers. And remember, you'll probably be able to tell me whether what I'm saying is right or wrong. The international companies, they always, when they buy the cocoa, you know, I heard when you were doing the morning show, you talked about chocolate from foreign countries.
Yes.
The percentage of cocoa in those chocolates is very small. Those chocolates that we talk about, the Cadbury's of this world, they are called milk chocolates. There's quite a lot of milk and sugar in those chocolates. Ours is pure. Now, when they buy these, when they buy the cocoa, there's a certain quantum of cocoa a certain quantum of things that they add to theirs to do their chocolates. Ours is pure. And so, if we are not able to produce a lot of the cocoa for them to buy and use, then it's going to be a challenge. Look, chocolate is what? Chocolate is one of the largest commodities that create a lot of money. I think for me, if I had my own way, all Ghana's cocoa will be processed here. Once upon a time, I used to export coverture from CPC in Tema. This was early 90s. The returns on that was better than even the beans that were exported. However, the business had to stop because why? They couldn't sustain the supply. So this bit where it talks about adding value to the cocoa beans with local processors, it is something that should be ramped up so that we get to a stage where we are not exporting beans anymore. That's why, and I don't want to do an advert for them, but I think what they are doing is fantastic. That company called Kwa, that takes the sap out of the bean to make juice. Fantastic. It's an added value from the cocoa bean. The Swiss today are looking at the cocoa pod because they found that there are certain nutrients in the cocoa pod that they can sell. We need to add value. For me, that is where the challenge is, and we should be able to do that. Conversion of 5.8 billion legacy debt into equity. Isn't that good? We just have to make sure that we make profits for those who are going to be part and parcel of this equity to make some money out of it. The cocoa bond 1-2 is good. However, will Ghanaians forget DDEP?
Exactly.
Because that is one of the things everybody will be mindful of. But I hope the Minister of Finance has tightened all those loopholes in terms of these bonds so that, because if the bonds are there, it will make more money for us to be able to purchase cocoa and pay cocoa farmers. So I think all in all, it's a good list that has brought out. How we now operate it is going to be the major question.
It's going to be the major question. Mr. Bobakman, where do you stand on the proposals that were giving us yesterday?
Okay, so far, let me say good morning to my people of Cape Coast. I have good news for you this morning.
Are you going to do that at airports?
Maybe. You see, the government has spoken, the opposition has also spoken. But let it be said that the hypocrisy of the opposition MPP is incomprehensible. And they should be told that we still carry the scars of their economic mismanagement in our memories. See, you can't talk about this issue without going back. I've always said that it is not for nothing that those who made car decided to put a reverse system in the car. So that when you sit in a car and you are not able to move forward, you reverse to position the car well to be able to go forward. That is why we should never forget about the 8 years administration of MPP, so that will guide us into the future. We don't make the mistakes they made. Now, this whole conversation about Cocoa Board, if you're going to situate it properly, in a proper context, we can't take away the issue of mismanagement. We are talking about pricing and price changes, differentials and all that, but you can't take away the issue of mismanagement and corruption.
Yeah.
Because if, assuming Cocoa Board were making profits and we have problem with price differentials, they will have money to make up for the difference. Yes. So the issue of management, or if you like, mismanagement and corruption, are very critical to this conversation. And just look at where we have come from. We are just coming from a period of overall gross economic mismanagement. So the Cocoa Board issue fit into it, because if you remember, 2023, there was a delay. The syndicated loan delayed because of the nature of the economy at the time. And it got worse because now people were not prepared to give you syndicated loan again, because you don't have the ability to pay. Because the economy itself was not doing well. Cocoa Board books too were not looking good. So we need to make all these important points. But you see, I was excited yesterday. The opposition was just asking the government to pay. But the government went beyond just paying. Mm-hmm. They said, okay, we'll pay. But beyond that, we need to solve the problems at the Cocoa Board. Let's reform the sector. Because you can't continue to do the same thing and expect to get different results. And that is why, for me, I'm excited, for example, that the syndicated loan system is abolished. It does not make sense one bit. Look at gold board concept. We buy gold in cities, we sell in dollars, we bring the forex to show up our foreign exchange reserve, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Now with a syndicated loan, you take loan in dollars, you come and buy the commodity in cedis, so already there's forex risk attached to the loan you took. Anytime your cedi depreciated, your debt level went up. Then, when you have done everything, you carry the dollar back.
With interest.
With interest.
Capital flight,
so what it means is that, in terms of forex to show up your reserve, what did you get? What did you gain? But if we're able to do what you... And that is... You see, our policy prescription has found expression in these reforms. Because if you remember, if you look at the GTP, we said the syndicated thing should be abolished. Let's look at bonds.
What's your thoughts? Yes, looking at bonds, what's your thoughts on those who feel that because of the DDEP, like Mr. Jantua mentioned, a number of people are still not confident when it comes to government bonds and other financial stuff?
Yes, but we have two different eras, if you like. Look, just juxtapose MPP's 8 years and with what is happening now. Any rational human being will know that this government, means business. I mean, in terms of...
Even there's oversubscription of T-bills. So if there was a justification, T-bills are mostly oversubscribed. So risk levels have come down.
Yeah, because now you could see proper management. Yeah. That's why I'm saying that this government did not say just pay, but they went beyond just paying to look at the issue of reform. Now listen to this. If we're able to process 50% of our cocoa locally, what it means is that we're going to retain or keep more of our cocoa value chain in Ghana.
Yeah.
Do you see? So it means we can now create jobs. Now, PBC is also has been revived. If something has been revived, it means that thing was in the state of coma. So you ask yourself, what? So MPP people power. Even as it, allow me to speak fancy here. Even as a partner in a way, you know, even as a partner in a way, you know. You see, we need to be serious in this country. And I listened to a former finance minister. I'm not talking about the runaway finance minister, but the one who took over. Adam. And I was shocked the kind of economic postulations he was, it was churning out yesterday. To him, the forex rate should be around 15 cedis to $1. Because he doesn't understand what, because his argument is that
overvaluation.
Yes, yes, your currency has been overvalued.
They don't understand.
And therefore, that is why your export is being affected. Forgetting that export has a cousin called import.
Well, in the course of the conversation, we'll bring you the excerpt of what Adam said.
Yeah. Yes, so what I'm saying that he was looking at the issue of export, but export has a cousin called import. And this country is import driven. You know that. Most of the things we use are imported. So if you are praying that, if you are claiming or suggesting that it will be good for this country to have exchange rate of about $1 is equal to 15 cedis or 16 cedis, what you are saying is that you want to kill this economy. No wonder during their time we had the kind of economy you had. I mean, this true and poor economic analysis is not going to help us at all. Atu forcing is still forcing, I'm telling you. Yes. And let me say this, Randiabe is not the problem. Let's situate the issues well. Randiabe is not a problem. He didn't cause the problem there. He inherited a situation, a very hopeless, useless situation.
Dire.
So let's, you see, if we don't speak the way we have to speak and let the opposition MPP know that their mismanagement is still fresh in our memories, whenever they want to speak, at least come out with prescriptions, ideas as to how we can move forward. We are building a nation. You are just praying that this government fails so that you come. Yes. And therefore, any small thing you want to amplify it, you want to exaggerate. Let me tell you, this issue will be a thing of the past very soon. And I wonder what will be their conversation, because now it seems they found their voice in this cocoa conversation. Once this problem is solved, we want to see what they will be talking about again. So I am excited. Another point, you see, I mean, the one that for me, the most important one is the president's direction to the Attorney General, or instruction to the Attorney General to begin, first one, forensic audit.
Forensic audit and criminal investigation into cocoa board's past operations.
Because think about it. We say we're going to do cocoa rehabilitation. So we've done all the analysis, and I've gone to procure loan of $350 million from Africa Development Bank to be able to do rehabilitation of 156,400 hectares of cocoa farm. The 350 is gone. You went into the cocoa board's account to take 700 million cedis in addition to the $350 million. Instead of 156,400 hectares, you did only 40,000. Why the rest of the money?
Don't worry, they are coming here next week. We can ask them.
No, they are okay.
So we have a lot more to say. Yes. We have a lot more to say, but this man has a lot more to say to so
Indeed, and I was just coming to him there because one of the things the finance minister said was revival of the produce buying company. If you can just give us an understanding of the state you're in now, the reason the government feels that there's a need to bring in that revival, as it were.
Thank you, and good morning to my colleagues, panelists, and cherished viewers. You see, if there were a decision taken by cabinet, from where I sit, is the best decision. This single most decision is the best decision that would outweigh the 8 years of MPP's administration cabinet decisions. Ask me why. One, this decision is taken to resolve the whole hulabaloo surrounding the cocoa industry. Yeah. And for His Excellency the President, we are very comfortable in his capabilities. This is something that he has demonstrated yet again, that he has grasp of what he's doing with the nation. Let me be very open and transparent here. All that our opponents there are saying, all the cries they are crying, let's ask ourselves where we are today. What brought us where we are today? And let's go back and look at the cocoa industry from 2012 to 2016. How was it? Then from 2016 down to the line 2024, how has been the cocoa industry? So that whatever arguments they are making, they just have to keep quiet, go back, and know they owe the cocoa farmer a big apology. Trust me, the whole cocoa industry has been run down from 2016 to 2024. They have plumbed the regulator, Cocoa Board, into a debt of 32.5 thereabout billion. They have left PBC in a debt of about 673 million Ghana cedis, bringing it to a comatose level. CPC is no exception. So the whole cocoa industry had been run down from 2016 to 2024. Let me zero down to PBC, where I have the facts. PBC, when our administration was leaving power in 2016, PBC had a market share of 30.8%. Down the line 2024, we have zero market share. Anyone who wants can come. And we battle it. So what sort of a system were we running? What set of a system? Who were the managers of this country's economy? So today, apparently, they have the guts to come and make noise when people are trying to resolve issues.
So you lost your shares, you say, but I'm still going to the question about the specific focus of this revival the finance minister talks about.
Yes, the focus of the revival, let's go very straight. One, just like my colleague, the panelist said, Ms. Honorable Atai, look, the administration of today is focused on rebuilding an economy that will create jobs for our youth and generations to come. We want to build an economy that is anti-robust, so that once we leave, the systems will be there and nobody can tamper with it. You see, we are rebuilding PBC to stand firm, to take care of the local buying industry. Trust me, today as we sit down, all the local LBCs, they are all down.
What's your financial state now?
Our financial state is zero. Zero.
We know the Cocoa Board, we know the debt of Cocoa Board. When it comes to your office, what's the situation?
We are negative books. Our storage.
Do you have specific amounts that you can mention, like we do have with the Cocoa Board?
Yes, we are owing consortium, 8 consortium of banks up to 273 million Ghana cedis.
What?
And they are chasing PVC.
Plus interest.
And
plus interest.
Those debts came from where exactly?
Oh, it came from the previous administration.
Yes, as in into which kind of investment, or how did they come about?
No, they took money to go and buy cocoa. And you can't just go and buy cocoa and lose money. If you bought cocoa, you sold it for a margin. So if for editing, you have sold the cocoa, you have had your margin. Spend your margin. You don't spend what you don't have. If I have taken money to go and buy 10,000 metric tons of cocoa, I can only spend from my margins. But the money I have taken, I would have made a provision of the interest that I'll be paying on that money. Once I get it, send it back to the bank, pay your interest, and live on your margins.
Because there's a cost element.
Yes, but let me very sharp to say this. It was like people were trying to run this industry down, sell it to themselves, and owe it. So I have come to believe that somewhere along the line, people were agitating that there was going to be a state capture, state capture. This was an approach of it.
So the over 200 million Ghana cedi debt you talk about, you say was incurred within the period of 2017 and 2024?
Yes. Yes. Because today, as I sit here and I'm telling you, if you go to manage an entity, it is a fiduciary role you are playing. You are acting on behalf of the people, that's the taxpayer and the government. Now, if another administration comes and say, I have taken away your appointment, doesn't mean that you should just walk away. You have to account for your stewardship. If you know you have done nothing bad, why do you run away? No, why do you run away? When we went to PBC, I took my appointment and I got into PBC 1st May 2025. I didn't meet any responsible officer there to hand over.
What does that mean?
Nobody. The previous administration, the FNA, the managing director, they all went away because they said their appointment had been terminated. If they were going away, then would you have inherited a good PBC to manage?
Did you get handing over notes?
Never. Never. So we have instituted an audit so that would be the basis of us taking over office.
When did you start that?
We started that was somewhere in August. And it's ongoing. It will soon be wrapped up and the audit report will be made available.
Aside from the 20-point-something shares that you talk about that you've lost and the over 200 million Ghana cedi debt you talk about, what other information has come from the audit so far, even as you await the final report?
Look, I just have to be frank and honest. You see, they have, even those who are gone with what they have been able to go away with, they still have some surrogates in there. That, actually you see that, how can you on earth go in for an expenditure and when they are coming to audit you, you don't even have a voucher to prove it? Is that reasonable? On what basis did you pay out the money? And people are proud. You see, it's time we have to run away from that sycophantic attitude.
So now you say that you're doing the audits. You claim that the people have run away. Are you collaborating with security agencies, for instance,
obviously,
to get these to answer questions?
My sister, obviously. Look, this regime will leave no one going square free with it. Because we don't want it to appear as if we are also going to behave the same way. At least things must change. We must be accountable. We must give a sense of hope to Ghanaians that leadership must come with accountability.
Let me ask you this before I come to the rest of the panel again. Again, I want specifics. When the finance minister talks about revamping or reviving your office, are there specific measures right now that are in place to deal with, for instance, the debt? Of course, you talk about the audits, among other challenges that you face there.
Obviously, they are, because the finance minister, likely, we are directly under finance ministry. And we have been collaborating with him from day one that we took over office. And all these issues are very transparent to him. And they have an antidote getting us out of it. One, we are going to deal with our indebtedness with the banks. Two, they will give us at least some revived capital to go into the market. And this would have brought us back to life. Trust me, PBC has a brand, has a goodwill in the cocoa farming areas. This issue that we're talking of wouldn't have gotten to this height if PBC were actually functioning. The farmers even will not care to give their cocoa on credit to PBC because they know we have offices and they can trace us and we represent government. This wouldn't have happened. But let me tell you one thing. You see, the speculations that went around this whole saga is what that could have possibly necessitated the no dive down of the global world prices.
Because we are the second largest producer in the world.
In the world.
Yeah.
So trust me, what has come out yesterday, give me up to 3 weeks, you see what will happen to the world market prices.
Mr. Jantra, let me get your brief thoughts on the information given us just now by the managing director of the PBC.
My little research I did before coming if you permit me to go into it.
I should go into it.
The processing, the cocoa processing company's debt at 2016 was not explicit. We didn't really know what the debt was, but I don't think it was that much. But Cocoa Board had a positive equity of about 1.8 billion in 2016. However, by the end of 2024, Cocoa Board's debt had ballooned to 32.9 billion, with 26 billion attributed to cocoa roads awarded between 2014 and 2024. Now, it says some of the factors contributing to this debt included cocoa road contracts, 26 billion in cocoa road contracts awarded without budgetary allocation.
Highways.
With 21.5 billion issued between 2018 and 2021. It goes on to say, legacy debts, 4.4 billion in certified works awaiting payment. Then it talks about uncrystallized cocoa obligations, contributing to 32.9 billion debt burden. Now, when you look at cocoa roads, why? Isn't it procurement and chop?
Yeah, that is it.
Is that not the reason we heard the finance minister yesterday say that if Cocoa Board goes into this again, moving forward, that will be punishable?
But who does roads in this country? Isn't it Ministry of Roads and Highways?
Yes.
So what was Cocoa Board doing with regards to how much are they saying? They said cocoa roads, 26 billion. Could that not have paid the farmers?
More than that.
Could not have bought fertilizer? Because the other side of Cocoa Board are all those implements they buy for cocoa. The fertilizers, the swollen shoot chemicals, all those types of things. And it's part and parcel of the syndicated loan they go for. I think from this point on, we should, now that we have decided that syndicated loans are something that we should be very careful of, we should start using our own monies through this cocoa bond thing. And we need to sanitize the minds of people. Look, I'm waiting for MPP to come, because they have a huge explanation to give Ghanaians with regards to and with regards to how they handle this country. And I would like a situation, and I'm putting TV3 on the spot. Please, even with this, go and interview President Akufo-Addo and put these things to him for us to hear what he thought and what he saw and what he felt at the time.
We'll shortly speak to Nana Bonsu, who is president of Concerned Farmers Association. But let me ask you this.
Let me say something. Do you know what happened? You are making a projection. It should be based on data. It should be based on history. You are projecting 800,000 metric tons as your output. What informed you to project that way? Then, at the end of the day, you fell short, leaving a forward sale of 337,000 metric tons. Do you know what indebtedness it has exposed Cocoa Board to?
Yeah.
Over $1.5 billion US. So who caused it? Who caused the situation today?
Let me ask you this, Mr. Jantua. One of the things the finance minister said yesterday was the fact that they are going to be dealing with waste in the system. And one of the main things that caused Cocoa Board the problem has also been the wasteful juice sack procurement, among others. How do you expect the government to go about this mismanagement or dealing with waste within the cocoa sector?
What did he say? He said they're going to do a forensic.
Yes, aside, in addition to the forensic.
Well, we have to cut waste. For me, where juice sacks are concerned, the mere fact that we've been able to do it before, we should be able to do it again. Did we not grow jute? Did we not produce our own jute sacks? Why are we buying from Bangladesh? Is that not capital flight? And the question of the quantum of jute sacks that have been bought and stored for how many years?
15 years.
It should be gone into.
15.
That is why I'm saying.
Ironically, juice sacks have lifespan of 2 years.
So
maximum of 3 years.
It starts breaking up.
So if you import the one USAC that will last 15 years. What is wrong?
That is why I'm saying there's no president in this country that appoints people into position who should not know what is going on.
Who should not?
That is why I'm saying TV3, go to President Akufo-Addo and sit with him so that he gives his version of what he understands of this cocoa thing. Let's stop listening to all these other people. Go to the main source.
I just wanted to make a point.
Please, in a second, because I need to go to Nana Bonsu.
Yes, I think one other thing that I think this government has done, which is very important, is to clean the balance sheet of Cocoa Board. I think if Cocoa Board is going to be financially viable, if people are going to have interest, I think that clean slate or balance sheet is very important. And I like the way
they should show us how they're going to do it.
They've been lifted from the books.
This is what they call it. What they normally do is that they absorb it as a central government debt through the Ministry of Rules and Ministry of Finance.
And Bank of Ghana.
But it's still a debt.
No, not on the balance sheet of
Cocoa Board, yeah.
But the balance sheet of government.
So lifted here onto here.
Because they want to introduce the domestic cocoa bonds. People must look at the balance sheet of Cocoa Board in order to have trust.
And yesterday we heard Dr. Atufosin talk about the Finance Ministry absorbing some, and some of the road liabilities especially also go into the Roads Ministry. But perhaps before I go on the phone lines or to the phone to speak to Nana Bonsu, I should ask you this question. One of the first points the Finance Minister made was that Cocoa Board should immediately pay the farmers.
Yes.
And we do understand from information given us earlier by one of the representatives that currently the governments or the farmers are owed some $185 million US covering 2 seasons. And that information came from the Licensed Cocoa Buyers Association.
Yes.
Cocoa Board has a problem. How is Cocoa Board going to pay immediately?
Okay, so the Ministry of Finance has asked for a validated total of the outstanding, so that the Ministry of Finance assist in clearing that. But that one is a current liability because after the revolving fund is set from the domestic cocoa bonds, the Cocoa Board will refund back that money to the Ministry of Finance. That's the strategy that we are using. But I wanted to add something that the idea behind this reform.
So what was the timeline before you go into other issues?
Let's make it clear. It is not a current debt too.
I will come back to you.
That brought that
no, I'll come back to you. I just want to get the understanding. So there's already a plan.
Yes.
What is the timeline? Because farmers need your money.
No, because he didn't give a timeline, but the comfort I have is that they were given a specific tax to give us the validated outstanding. Because as we speak, they said they have paid close to 70% of the outstanding money already to the LBCs.
Yeah,
some have been paid. Yeah. So those outstanding is what the Ministry of Finance is waiting for. Once that one comes.
So what is the interpretation of? Yes,
let me come.
Please, I'll let you come in. What's the interpretation of pay immediately? And that's what I meant by the timeline and the amounts that Mr.
So pay immediately simply means that there's money available that we can use to pay.
So within the next days.
Then bring claims and then payment is made. That's all.
Within the next days or in a week's time.
I'm not sure this should go beyond 2 weeks.
It will not go beyond 2 weeks. Please.
Because the word there is immediate.
I'm not sure this.
And immediate is active.
Yes, I'm not sure.
You see, we have like cocoa that is being received.
Yes.
And in this current 60-40 model, you have an off-taker that will bring his money. Because the syndication wasn't working, an off-taker will bring his money, then you buy, then when they supply, the off-taker pays the 40%. That makes it 100%. And before the beginning of the season, it was very clear. Cocoa Board said, we are no more syndicating. Off-takers will bring their money and buy. So if you are an LBC and you are fortunate to have an off-taker, that person is financing your business for you. And if also you are an LBC and you feel you have your money and you want to buy and bring it to Cocoa Board to sell for you, that is okay. You get it? Now, if you have gone to buy all the cocoa that have been received by Cocoa Board, at least 70% of that has been paid.
Yes.
It's left with at least about 51,000 metric tons. That is something that they are looking at. That cocoa board needs off-takers to bring money and they pay for, or they sell and pay the LBC.
I will come back to you for your final words, all of you. But I want to go to Nana Bonsu, who is President, Concerned Farmers Association. Good morning to you, sir. If you can hear us, thank you for joining us.
Good evening. The name is Farmer General. I'm not part of the body.
Chairman General. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bonsu, for Farmer General. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I like it. I like that.
All right. So please, first of all, just tell us your assessment of the information given us by the Finance Minister yesterday, especially the fact that the prices have been reduced from 3,600 to 2,500, and the explanation that this is to ensure that the system is sustainable within the current circumstance we find ourselves in.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then morning to your viewers and the panelists. On your studio. Well, we're so happy that we get from the Honorable Officer saying that immediately money has to be paid for us, because we've been waiting for so long, for the past 3 months, getting to the 4 months that we are receiving our money. And then it is all good that all these things have happened. This is exposing a lot of things within the sector, which it will make, that's made the whole country knowing what is really happening within the sector, and how we can reform it or how we can restructure it well to be very good. One, we are happy also with the PBC being on its toes to buy cocoa themselves. At least it's going to help scrutinize these PBCs that a lot of them even have licenses, or they have licenses without an office, which you don't even know where they are coming from. With the new price that you mentioned, we are not expecting the new price. What we are expecting was the money that has not paid, which at the end of the day, directives have to be paid. With the new price that has come, that one, we cannot quickly come out to say anything now, because at the moment, I'm on a tour because a lot of farmers are confused. I mean, it's all over that people are saying different things altogether. And then also, politicizing this issue will not be pleasant at all. At least, we don't have to politicize this cocoa issue. When cocoa farmers are in crisis, or we are in this kind of problem with this money issue, that's where we're seeing politicians coming in more. But then the challenges facing the cocoa sector, destruction of the cocoa trees. As I'm talking to you, Ghana cocoa tree is highly endangered, and you hear nobody talking about it. It is only with the concerned farmers that we are throwing the length and breadth of this country, making sure that we save the trees of this country. But talking about this money and other things, others I want to score political points with it. What we are trying to say is, with this current price that has been issued or has been pronounced, we are going around soliciting the ideas and the brains of the farmers. And then Monday, we will come out boldly for the decision that the minister has taken. And then we also, whether we accept it or not, and then the kind of reforms and other things that we've done, we will also come out and then do our press conference to address the whole issue as it is.
All right, we'll have to end it here with you. Nana Bonsu, President, Concerned Farmers Association. He says he's the Farmer General. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I'm not able to come for your final word because our time is up. But I want to say a big thank you to you, Mr. Seydou Jonye, Managing Director, Produce Buying Company. Also, Kwame Jantua, Mr. Kwame Jantua as well.
We have not spoken about the forensic audit and the actions, consequences.
Our time is up, unfortunately.
Is it because of the MPP?
Yes, we have the General Secretary joining in.
We are much more important. What we are saying is
our time is up. Private legal practitioner. Also to you as well, Mr. Ataisa MP. The General Secretary, Member of Parliament.
I only want people to know that one farm culpable of taking the state funds, you will be held responsible.
Indeed.
You can't go
and
with it.
Mr. Ebo Bakman, Senior Communicator, Movement for Change. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Deputy Director of Communication, thank you very much for joining us. And we couldn't bring you that that press conference
because of MPP. You've got
NPP.
If they are,
I hope they will learn their lesson.
There's a quick message from Bonti Benjamin, Beatrice says Beatrice, the MD of PBC should spare us the rhetoric since he's been in office for 1 year with nothing to show. Well, he said that he's conducting forensic audits into a lot of things, and some of the things he said. Musa in Aswasi says, good morning, Beatrice. This government is committed to finding lasting solutions to the long-standing problems. I therefore urge our hard-working cocoa farmers to continue to cooperate with the government as their concerns will be resolved amicably. And so your messages there, and there's also so that has nothing to do with this. We have heard you, Mr. Janta. Now, if you want to look smart and fashionable, you want to visit any Woodin boutique nationwide today. Woodin offers an amazing collection of authentic African fabrics and ready-to-wear that come in beautiful designs and colors of for men and women. With Woodin, you can get creative and versatile with your designs. Be confident and show off how truly African you are in Woodin. Go to a Woodin boutique near you today and choose from a variety of trendy products to complement your unique style. Follow Woodin Fashion on Facebook, Instagram at Woodin Fashion, and TikTok at Woodin_fashion. Woodin Le Créateur. And remember that I did tell you that the NPP is coming back, and of course we'll be having the General Secretary. This is a statement from us. It says Media General Management welcomes the decision by the MPP hierarchy to return to our platforms across the country. We have consistently upheld the highest standards of journalism, ethics and values, delivering fearless reportage and impartial coverage. Our commitment to these principles remains unwavering, yesterday, today and always. Ghana is assured of our continued dedication to truth and fairness. And that's coming from Sena Edako Esquire for and on behalf of management of Media General. I'm sure Justin Kodia is listening to you when he comes. Yes. Well, 2026 is the year to travel, explore and experience more. Global Wings Travel Tours, in partnership with Media General, invite you to experience the best of Malaysia and Singapore this April. Enjoy 9 unforgettable days with return flight, luxury hotels in Kuala Lumpur and Singapore, daily meals, visa facilitation, city tours, Argentine Highlands with cable ride, also inter-country transfers and so much more. Why wait? Just make your April 2026 Malaysia and Singapore trip a reality. Call or WhatsApp now on 055 0188181 or 0553688 today. My name is Beatrice Edu. Thank you very much for joining us on The Big Issue today. I want to say a big thank you as well to Ajwa Yeboah for my costume today. But let me remind you that we're giving you a lot of money today. We're giving 2,000 cedis, 3,000 cedis, 4,000 cedis, 5,000 cedis. So that's 4 individuals and possibly 10,000 cedis to the 5th person. Keep playing. But remember, this time around, you're not picking option 2. You're selecting MG Jackpots, option 8. So you dial *439# and you follow the prompt and pick option 8 for you to enjoy either 2,000 cedis, 3,000 cedis, 4,000, 5,000, and the possibility of getting the grand prize, which is 10,000 Ghana cedis. When we come back, we'll bring you that exclusive conversation with the General Secretary of the opposition, MPP, and some more. Do stay with us.
Who's on air?
Secretary of the opposition New Patriotic Party. But ahead of that, dreaming of watching the 2026 FIFA World Cup live in the USA, Canada or Mexico, let the visa stress stay off the pitch. At Touchdown Travels, we guide you step by step from documentation to interview preparation, so you can cheer your team live. Touchdown Travels, your stress-free travel agency for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We're located at the LOC building at Dabraka. Contact us on 059-3434-175. Touchdown Travels. We handle the journey. You enjoy the moment. And of course, you want to take advantage of everything that Touchdown has for you. But now, let's go to my colleague Joseph Akablay, who is on the other side of the studio to go into the conversation with the General Secretary of the Opposition NPP, Justin Kodia Frimpong. Joseph.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. Interesting conversation there during the big issue, talking about cocoa and all the issues surrounding it. But like you did mention, it's time for that big conversation with the NPP General Secretary, Justin Frimpong Kodia, who is sitting right by me. Leonard Senior, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning to you, Blay, and it's great to be here.
You've been General Secretary for 3 years and 7 months. You took over in July 2022. I mean, so far, how would you say your tenure as General Secretary has been so far?
Blay, thank you. But before I proceed to answer the question that you asked, many people may be surprised as to why I'm here this morning, because it's been a while since the New Patriotic Party appeared on your studio and to larger extent Media General. We all know that after the elections, we decided to stay back until a further notice as a party. And during the course of the 1 year, there were several discussions between your management and the New Patriotic Party. And yesterday, the Director of Communication was instructed to officially write a release stating that the party has what we refer to as smoked the peace pipe with Media General, and therefore we are returning back to the studio based on some gentleman agreement that were reached by both parties. And as General Secretary of the party and the chief spokesperson for the party, I needed to appear on the show for the rank and file of our party to know that indeed the NPP is back to Media General, and therefore if our members see our communicators coming to your studio and attending various programs organized by you and even programs organized by the party, they should not be alarmed, because officially the party has come back to Media General. And we are all in this business together, and your station and for that matter, your company needs us, and also the political party also needs to. We all work in hand to make sure that at least the forefront state of our state institution is protected. But I know going forward, we are looking forward to having a fruitful relationship, and we don't need to go back to the past. And we as a party are committed to ensuring that there exists that level playing field, there exists that mutual respect between the both parties. And I know your management will also adhere to that. And we are very sure that issues of national interest, when you want a response from our party, certainly you will know who to call. Because you had issues whereby some people will label themselves as founding fathers of the party, as leading members of the party, only to come in and muddy the waters and state a position which is not a true reflection of our party. So we know going forward, whenever there are issues that you want clarification of the position of the New Patriotic Party, you know which people to call. And again, it's difficult to respond to the question that you asked.
Just before you come to the question, yes. I mean, because of the interactions with management, yes. Management also put out a statement this morning. I don't know if we can put that up on the screen.
Oh, that's good.
For now, we can pick that quickly so that we just reflect the side of management as well in terms of their perspective on the issues that are at stake at this point in time. And so that statement from management of Media General is up on the screen now. And it says here that Media General management welcomes the decision by the NPP hierarchy to return to our platforms across the country. We have consistently upheld the highest standards of journalism, ethics, and values, delivering fearless reportage and impartial coverage. Our commitment to these principles remains unwavering yesterday, today, and always. Ghana is assured of our continued dedication to truth and fairness. And it's signed by Senna Edeko, Esquire, for and on behalf of management of Media General as well. And so it's good to have you back. And the question I was starting off with is the fact that you've been General Secretary since July 2022, 3 years, 7 months. So far, if I'm to maybe ask you directly how you would assess your tenure, what would your answer be?
Ray, once again, you know, if I'm to assess my stewardship as General Secretary of the party, it's a question that ordinarily I prefer not to respond to, because at least it's best to be judged by outsiders than for you to praise yourself or to critique yourself. But however, there is a topical issue that as General Secretary of the party, I can't come and sit in your studio without making a comment about it. It has become the cynosure of the discussion going on, which has to do with the cocoa.
We'll get into that shortly. In fact, it's the next issue that we're coming to right afterwards.
So I think that it will be difficult to comment on other matters without making.
No, we are going to get into that.
Without making a remark. So then let's talk about it. Then we get to that. At least we can flow with other questions that you want to ask.
I mean, but so you're not going to answer that question for now? That's
no. I'm more interested in the topic.
That's fair. I mean, so let's start off in this manner, assessing the 12 months of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and we are focusing now, starting off with the cocoa issues that have cropped up. And for those who have followed the discussion closely, either directly or indirectly, fingers are sort of being pointed at how the NPP, as a party in government, managed affairs of Cocoa Board, for that matter, the cocoa affairs generally. I mean, what do you make of the commentary surrounding it, and secondly, the next steps that have been announced by government?
Well, it would be totally absurd, repugnant, and unconscionable on the part of the NDC government to label any blame against the New Patriotic Party for their incompetence. At least they have been in government for over a year now. And when they took over the realm of affairs, they were mindful of the state of the economy. In 2025, the cocoa price was around 3,100 per bag. And somewhere June, July, they increased it to how much? 3,600. So when they increased the cocoa price, they didn't accuse the previous government of mismanagement. They didn't accuse the previous government of having destroyed the cocoa sector. If the sector was destroyed, how were you able to increase the cocoa price? So that accusation that they are trying to label against the New Patriotic government is untenable. If you want to understand the real cause of where we are as a government, as a party, and as a country, then people will also appreciate that, indeed, the decision by the NDC government to reduce the price from the 3,625 to 2,587 explains how the government is lost in the ocean. To start with, this issue about the crisis started somewhere in October, where cocoa farmers, after they have cultivated their produce, had to sell it to people referred to as purchasing clerks. In some instances where the purchasing clerks don't have money, they take the cocoa bags on the terms and agreement that they are going to pay the cocoa farmers X amount, which at that time was 3,600. At that point, the farmer never anticipated that a day will come that the government will come back and tell the cocoa farmer that it has reduced the price which has been agreed between the purchasing clerk and the farmer. So in fact, in Christmas, our poor farmers couldn't celebrate the Christmas because the bags that has been purchased by the purchasing clerks, they didn't receive any money from them. Fast forward. So at what point did the government get to know that there were serious issues at the cocoa sector? Governance is a serious business. And the difference between a mediocre government and a foresight government is to be your ability to predict the medium and long term. So the question I will ask is that, so when the government got to know that it was facing challenges at that point, October, November, December, we are in February, why didn't it communicate it to the farmers? And as a government, you understand that cocoa sector is the backbone of our economy.
I mean, just to take you on the point a bit about having foresight. I mean, you agree that even during the tenure of the NPP, when you are fixing cocoa prices, you take a look at the price on the global market. You agree with that?
Certainly. Certainly, but you don't change the price market midway. We are in the main cocoa season, right? And before a farmer goes to cultivate his cocoa, a price has been established. That is how much you are going to get. So through the processes of cultivating, hiring laborers to work on it, the farmer is anticipating that at the end of my harvest, I'm going to sell my produce at this price, which has been fixed by the government.
So in the event...
So in any case, that is why you're in government. Governments have, in previous years, particular reference to the NPP government, in 2017, cocoa prices plummeted from 3,000 to about 1,800. But what did the government do? The government issued a bailout for our farmers whilst it tried to figure out how to resolve the issue. So the question is, in the middle of a cocoa season, if the NDC government had foresight, were innovative, they should have anticipated that we are going to get to this point. So therefore, within this short time, let me provide a bailout for the farmers. So that at least in the next cocoa season, then you can come and sit down and put on the table, these are the issues confronting the cocoa sector. But they never did that.
I mean, with the benefits of the state of affairs that we know, don't you get the sense of the possibility that, well, if you anticipate the prices and you fix the prices, and all of a sudden the price have gone down. One option is what you're talking about in terms of a bailout, but where you have a tight and limited fiscal space, is this not a prudent approach?
Well, I'll be very surprised for the government to make that statement. They are operating the tight fiscal regime. But this is the government that is priding itself that the economy is booming. This is the government that is priding itself that inflation has come down. This is the government that is telling us that they have stabilized our currency. So where lies the physical challenges that they are talking about?
I mean, but that stability, if you read all the international reports, it's as a result of how we've managed our fiscal balance books over the last 1 year. I mean, now we are not in situations where our inflation has gone over the roof. And all those are as a result of deciding that when we are not generating enough, we are not spending much. So that just plays into the point that you are making. Otherwise,
certainly not. Certainly not, because governance is a complex and sophisticated regime or scheme. So therefore, you should be able to understand how all sectors of the economy come into play and make preparation towards it. When NDC took the realm of affairs and they appointed my friend Randy Abbey as CEO of Cocoa Board, there were experts at the trading room who were able to analyze the trend of cocoa market and therefore advise government on it. Ask yourself, where are they now? Because of what they term as political witch hunt or persecution, these people were transferred from Cocoa Board. So at the end of the day, they were replaced with people who have no experience in that field. So how do you come back and blame the cocoa farmer or blame the previous government that indeed they caused the crisis that you are facing? That crisis was created by themselves, because at the end of the day, those who have the expertise to administer affairs there, you've placed them. And at the same time that you are complaining that you are operating the physical space, you had the luxury to buy cars for the CEO and the directors at Cocoa Board. You have the luxury to do renovation at the official bungalow of the CEO. So how can you come back and tell the poor farmer that they should tighten their belt? Whilst meanwhile you are losing your belt. So that is
the last year of the MPP in office. That was when you announced to us that you are not going for the syndicated loan. Do you agree that was a significant shift, that as a nation, conversations around sustainable financing should have taken center stage since then?
Well, so when the NDC were making promise in 2024...
It's just a question I'm asking.
No, it's also a response to your question. When the NDC were making promise in 2024 that they were going to increase cocoa price to 6,000, what were they talking about? Didn't they know the state of affairs? When they were accusing the MPP government that we should increase the cocoa price, didn't they think about it? So at the end of the day, they should not be shifting posts. They should understand and admit that they are failed in the cocoa sector. They should understand that they have destroyed the cocoa industry. And the worrying aspect of it, maybe you have not had the time to really analyze the critical effect of the decision that this government has taken. One, it has created chaos in the cocoa industry, like I indicated earlier on. Now, there's a serious fracas between the purchasing clerks and the farmers, because I gave my produce to you at 3,600. So I'm expecting 3,600 from you, and it's a contract between the two of you. So now that you have reduced the price to 2,500, so what message is the purchasing clerk going to tell the farmer? That is one. Then two, the cost that the farmer has to bear now. Because mind you, after harvesting and giving the produce to the purchasing clerk, the farmer has to pay the laborer. If the farmer contracted loan from the bank, the farmer has to go back and pay the bank. So now, the bag of cocoa, for instance, if we're doing 100 bags of cocoa, now the government is saying that he's taking 100,000 from that 100 bags of cocoa. We have gone to the bank to contract loan. So how is the poor farmer going to pay back the loan? Again, we are in such a situation whereby there's a highly competing demand for cocoa farms. You know, most cocoa farms are situated in mining areas. So at this point that government is creating low incentives for farmers to go into farming, then we are also saying that at the end of the day, we are going to encourage people to go into illegal mining. Is that the state that government wants to create? Did the government think about it? That in their attempt to reduce the cocoa prices, it's going to force farmers to sell their land for illegal mining or for mining.
Okay.
So what happens to the future of our cocoa industry? But no, let us analyze this point very well. Then for the young men and women who, even in recent times, have shown away from going into farming, is this going to be a form of incentives for them to go into farming? Certainly not. So before the government took that decision, which I strongly believe, they never really talked through the consequences of their action. Because if indeed they had, the finance minister would not have come to make that public statement that they are going to reduce cocoa price. Why are you there as a government? If you are there as a government just to convert our forest reserves, our gold reserves, just to show up the city, and at the end of the day, you're unable to understand that the appreciation of the cedi has a tendency of even affecting our export. Any serious government should have been able to anticipate that and therefore have a roadmap on how they are going to cushion farmers. So the NDC cannot come and give us excuses.
I mean, the question I asked in the context of the system we are operating. And I was asking that, do you agree that the decision not to assess the syndicated loan marked a significant change, such that as a country we need to have a conversation about a sustainable financing model? You agree with that?
Well, I'm not in government. It's the NDC that is government.
No, but under your tenure, your last year, you didn't go for that.
Yeah, but under our tenure, we never reduced cocoa price. Under our tenure, we never shortchanged farmers. And that's the difference. So whatever explanation or whatever roadmap that you have, it should not be done at the detriment of the cocoa farmer. And that's the difference. So the NDC government, they can come out with their roadmap, whatever excuses that they want to give. But at the end of the day, they should not shortchange the cocoa farmer.
In terms of the state of Cocoa Board, as we know it to be, and basically all independent reports that you pick, it indicates the position of Cocoa Board. Do you, at any point in time, agree that that is a relevant part of the conversation, as we even have the more pressing conversation about the need to provide the farmers what is due them?
The issue of Cocoa Board is leadership. And I told you before that you don't replace experienced hands with people who have no knowledge in that sector.
Yeah, but those individuals, some of them were working for 8 years. And I'm saying that the reports show the state of Cocoa Board about the fact that the books don't look good.
But at the end of the day, having debt in an institution does not mean that the institution is collapsing.
I mean, for an institution that goes onto the financial market, that becomes a challenge for the people who are lending to you.
But you have the capacity to pay back. Going to the financial market does not mean you're not doing well.
I mean, we've had years that we've contracted, we've sold cocoa prior, we couldn't supply to those who have bought it already.
Well, you have also had years that we contracted loans, but we have been able to pay back.
Yeah, so coming back to the point, you agree with me that...
No, I will never agree with you.
Like, I've not landed with the question. I'm saying that you agree with me that the state of your books is an important consideration in all of this discussion.
In all this, leadership is important.
Your leadership is. I agree with you.
You agree with me with that?
I agree with you, leadership is important. Yes. But I'm asking you also that you also agree that the state of your books is a relevant part of this conversation.
So what's the relevance of the state of the books to the poor cocoa farmer?
The poor cocoa farmer simply wants his money.
Yes, so that
for us having a conversation on a governance level.
Not an issue of
for us having a conversation on a governance level. I mean, I agree.
MPP's time. If at the end of the day, NDC were paying the farmers 6,000 as they promised during their campaign, their campaign message, then you can make that analysis. Then maybe they are doing better than the MPP, and it will be there for everybody to see. And if you recall, this is a government that promised the operationalization of pension scheme for farmers, for cocoa farmers, to the extent that they promised that we're going to even operate 24 hours on the cocoa farm by sending light to the cocoa farms. And is this what we are seeing as a country? And at times, I think all of us, it bestows on us, irrespective of how we analyze a political party or government. When something is wrong, let them know it is wrong.
But I mean, in doing so too, we also have to ask questions about how affairs were managed. I mean, this is what the IMF has to say about the state of Cocoa Board and its management over the period. It says Cocoa Board is under severe financial stress, largely due to accumulated debt, significant outstanding obligations, past financing structure, notably the syndicated pre-export facilities, and makes the point that there's a need for structural and expenditure reforms. The IMF says Cocoa Board was particularly over the period spending in sectors that were not necessary. So, for instance, road construction, in the opinion of the IMF, that's the point that they make. You agree with this assessment as the state of Cocoa Board that your party left to the NDC?
So I'll give you a simple response. When the NDC came into government in 2025, and they appointed the Cocoa Board CEO, from the time he was appointed to date, where they have reduced the cocoa price to 2,500, what were they doing? So if MPP left Cocoa Board in a shambles state, how were they able to sustain the payment of the 3,100 per cocoa bag to the extent that they even increase it to 3,600? Then you sit here and make the point that all was not well and there was serious issue there.
Yeah, but at the time, you agreed with me on the projection in terms of prices. At the time, the price was remarkably different from now.
So then you agree with me that it has nothing to do with their books. All that they are saying that because cocoa price have gone down, that's why they are reducing the price per bag.
They've admitted to that. The government has
admitted to that. So why do you go back and make a reference that because MPP time, cocoa board went into construction, cocoa board into blah, blah, blah. But that's not the issue.
Because that's the report on the IMF, and that has affected their ability to assess funds.
That report has been there since 2025. But it never affected cocoa price. Okay. So why is it affecting
just a final question on this cocoa board matter. Yes. I mean, the government next steps, the finance minister says that, well, they should immediately pay the monies. They should also do a proposed cocoa bill aimed at governance and operational reform, functional and expenditure review, as well as the re-examination of cocoa pricing and financing architecture. I mean, a bailout is not one of them, but what's your own assessment of these measures briefly?
It shows the weakness and failure, the incompetence of the government. Let me tell you what MPP would have done different in a situation like this. As I indicated to you, we are in the middle of a cocoa season, right? And projections has been made from the point of cultivation to the point of sale. You don't distort the market. You don't distort the supply flow. So as a government, in the short term, your strategy would have been to provide a bailout to cushion the farmers. That's what they should have done. Then, in the medium term, right, because it's based on projections. So why if tomorrow the prices also go up? That is why government is there to make sure that they provide what you call price stabilization.
I mean, your critics will say to you that when your backs were up against the wall, you gave Ghanaians a haircut, and that's a similar haircut that the current administration are doing of sorts. I mean, if you put it that way.
So why now you are trying to justify what the government has done?
No, we are not justifying it. I'm making a point.
That's your position.
That's not my position. I'm making a point. I'm making a point to you about what you said the MPP would have done differently, and I'm pointing to you that when you had the position and you had that challenge, because in those instances, those bonds, just in a similar manner, were basically contracts of sorts that you had agreed.
But in those challenges time, when the country went into COVID, right? When the whole economy was shut down, cocoa farmers were still paid. Workers were still paid. Government subsidized utility tariffs for customers for 1 year.
By investors.
But that one also, I was expecting you to applaud the government. So you just pick a haircut of
because we're talking about what you'd have done differently in terms of a bailout.
So you should have also praised the government.
Okay, but
and then this situation is what they have created for themselves. It's not as a result of any external shocks. It's bad mismanagement that has brought us to where we are now. So at the end of the day, they should admit.
Yeah, I mean, but Mr. Kodia, it's a fact that prices have dropped significantly. That's a fact.
But when the prices were high,
can we agree on the facts? Can we agree on the facts?
But when the prices were high,
no, you agree with me on that.
No, but
you don't agree that prices have dropped.
No. Let me make that point. When the prices were high. When it got to as high as 9,000, how much were they paying the farmers?
Okay.
So why should the farmers suffer?
Okay. I'm saying that you don't agree that prices have dropped.
The price have been dropped does not have any correlation with
no, that's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking whether you agree that the price have dropped.
Who doesn't know?
Okay.
But at the end of the day, let me learn. At the end of the day, when prices appreciated, what did the government do?
Okay. That's fine. I mean, let's talk about the economy generally and the performance of John Mahama in the last 1 year. From the MPP perspective, over 10, what would be the score you give him?
Well, to be able to assess the performance of any or every government, you need to pick their manifesto and ask yourself some relevant questions as to what did they say in the build-up to the elections. What campaign messages, what hope did they give to the Ghanaian people before Ghana also returning that favor by electing them? You recall, key campaign message of the NDs, and everybody recall, and even in this studio, we were playing their jingles back to back. Mahama is our hope, and you were singing all these songs here. Based on
talking about the paid ads that were being played, that's what you're referring to?
Yes,
okay,
the paid ads. At the point, we were even thinking that how much NDC had to be playing adverts, paying for adverts on TV3 back to back every 5 minutes.
I mean, those are paid as well on various platforms.
Yeah,
I don't think
it's true.
I don't think we should be making
but
that. I mean, make a point, yeah.
They promised Ghanaians that when they come into government, they're going to introduce what refers to a 24-hour economy. And that even in ministries, there will be 3 shifts. Those who are going to work in the morning, those who work in the afternoon, those who work in the evening. So now if you have to assess the government, you ask yourself, the 24-hour economy, what is the status of it?
There's a bill in Parliament currently to provide a framework.
You see, once you make a promise, right, people are always anxious to see when you are going to deliver.
But some of the agencies have started.
When MPP promised free education in the build-up to the 2016 elections, we implemented it fully in 2017, right? So you cannot come and tell Ghanaians that a promise that you made, that when you come to government, immediately you are introducing it. Then you are telling us now it is in Parliament. Fine.
And some agencies have started already.
Which agencies have started?
DVLA have assessed, and the DVLA 24-hour service at Adenta have assessed it before.
And how many agencies also?
So, I mean, the one I can speak in terms of experience.
Of all the many institutions and all the ministries, the SOEs in Ghana, you can talk about DVLA. Fine. 2.
Okay.
The government also made promise to the teaming then time students in the various tertiary institutions, particularly those in the nursing and teacher training institutions. That backclose whereby people finish school and they have to stay home for 2-3 years under this Excellence Mahama tenure office. Anyone who completes school will have a ready job for him or her. So now the question that a graduate nurse or a teacher is asking the government is, where are the jobs that you promised me? Aside that, NDC made a fax about LGBTQ and accused the MPP government that they are in bed with LGBTQ. That's why they were unable to pass that bill. And when President Mahama comes, within 3 months, they'll pass that bill. So Ghanaians are also asking, so what's the state of the LGBT?
I mean, by counsel, you know the facts around this matter.
What are the facts?
The matter went to court. The President Akufo-Addo did not sign. The decision was rendered. Your party was still in power. It was not signed. Your party exited power.
Yes.
Parliament was dissolved.
Yes.
The new administration took the view
Yes.
that bill died with the then Parliament.
Yes.
Now it's been sent back. It's been sent back to Parliament.
So when the NDC said in 3 months they were going to pass that law, on what grounds were they making that promise? Since you want to hold brief for them, so on what grounds?
No, I'm not holding brief for them. I'm pointing you to facts that are available.
Yes, and I also
because if you make your conclusions,
yes,
it's only fair that we deal with it within the context. I don't think it's fair to say holding brief for them in this discussion.
I was expecting that, with respect to this, you call them to respond to it. But because since you came in,
we've done that news item multiple times already. Even this week, we've done that.
And what was their response?
I mean, the explanation had been about the delays that had occasioned. And again, the point has been made.
There hasn't been any delays. It's a deliberate attempt by the government not to pass it.
But the decision of the Supreme Court was on 18th December, the previous year. I'm coming.
Oh, come on.
Your party was in power till January the following year. If you make that accusation, someone on the flip side will say that President Akufo-Addo could have signed it before he exited.
Yeah, so at that point that President Akufo-Addo didn't sign it. That was why you are in government.
Okay.
Right? So he said 3 months. Okay. So now you're going to blame President Akufo-Addo
so
for not signing.
You've talked about 24-hour economy, you've done LGBT. Anything else you want to touch on?
Remember they were making facts about National Cathedral. Right? Have you gone back to ask them, what's the state of the National Cathedral? When the NDC came into power, right, they set up overhaul, and they said they were going to recover over excess of about 3 billion Ghana cedis from people who have inappropriately misappropriated government funds. What has happened to it? So
your colleague members of the MPP are in courts on a daily basis.
What has happened?
I mean, they are in court on a daily basis. You were a lawyer.
No,
they are in court.
Because what we
the trial
see,
is ongoing.
What we see is more political witch hunting and persecution, right? And at the end of the day, they have not been able to even recover what they allege, even 1% of what they allege. And at the point,
so far none of the trials have concluded.
No, but at the point in time, you heard the Deputy Attorney General making the statement that it will be impossible to recover some monies. That one too, I said it for him. He said it. Right? So at the end of the day, many Ghanaians have become very disillusioned, very disappointed on the many promises that the NDC made. At first, they were hiding behind, we have been able to stabilize the CD, and the CD has appreciated. But to a common person on the street, what is the effect of CD appreciation or stabilization of the CD when his electricity bills are high, when his water bills are high, when now even students who are going to write BEC, they are being charged registration fees, something which was free during NPP tenure. What is the benefit of CD appreciation? When a student who is going to write SSC is being charged 500 cedis for registration fees. So as a country, are we moving forward or we are moving backwards? And that is the sorry state that we find ourselves in. But we told you, there's something that I refer to as Pygmalion effect, whereby you have less expectation for a government, and therefore you expect less performance. For us in the NPP, we knew that the NDC that were there in 2012 to 2016 is the same NDC that we are witnessing here, but it was just a matter of time. And what we are seeing now is a true testament of the NDC government that we knew before.
Is Ghana's economy better today than it was when you handed it over?
Was Ghana's economy better?
Is Ghana's economy better today than the state at the time that Nana Akufo-Addo handed over to John Dramani Mahama?
Certainly not.
Certainly why do you say so?
Because if you do price comparison, a government that claims that inflation has come to 3.5, but if you go to the market, it's not the same. The reality on the ground is for you to go to Abusu Okan, ask the spare part dealers how much you were buying tires, how much you were buying oil, how much you were buying car battery as at since January 2025, and the cost of all these items now. So
but I mean, if you ask that question, the price has gone up. That's not what inflation means. You agree with that?
No, but at the end of the day, the quantum. So if I was paying electricity bill.
Yeah, but I mean, in computing inflation, there will be a bigger basket. So if you take it isolated individual products, you're obviously not going to get the 3.5%.
So why do we vote for a government?
I mean, we vote for a government to improve upon our lives.
Yeah, so if at the end of the day, my cost of living is going high, if at the end of the day, certain benefit I used to have with the previous government that you label as incompetent, I'm not getting.
You mean the NDC labels as incompetent?
Yes, okay. and I'm not getting the same benefit. If I'm a young person, I have finished school, I'm looking for a job, I haven't gotten a job. If you promise me that under your tenure, when I finish nursing teacher training college, I will not have to sit home, I will get jobs to do. When you promise me that under your tenure, utility bills will come down, and that's not come down. When you promise me that under your tenure, NPP government, which is very insensitive, by paying 3,100 for cocoa price, when I come, I'll pay you 6,000. And this time, you are not paying me 6,000. You are not even maintaining the 3,100, but rather you are paying me 2,567. How do you come and convince me that my life is better than it used to be in NPP?
I mean, in 2016, your current flag bearer, basically in all the economic lectures, relied on the data, the numbers, the key economic indicators. I mean, it's a fact that it's not disputed that all the numbers have improved over the last 1 year of President John Dramani Mahama. You agree with that point as well?
Well, in my pocket, it does not reflect.
I mean,
I think
if you lawyers are process, I mean, you answer the question and you explain.
Let us not play with some semantics. Let's face reality. Right? So it tells you that all the things that they've said, with the CD appreciation, stabilization, whatever, is cosmetic. Because if, for instance, your inflation rate has gone as low as 3.5, you're also expecting that interest rate would have been in the single digits. But what's the interest rate now?
I'll come to that, but you know how the markets have been reacting, the banks especially have been reacting to, even under the NPP. I remember you had the same problem, even when the policy rate was being fixed. The banks were not reacting as fast as they would want to. But, I mean, let me just share some stats with you, if you agree with me on them. Real GDP growth as at end 2016, 3.5%. When you exit in office, 5.7%. Currently, I mean, it's much a bit better. So in terms of inflation, for instance, 15.4 You exited office at 23.8%. It's currently 5.4%. And most recently, we've seen it around the 3.5 region. And I can go on and on. If you pick something like the CD, the rate of the CD as against the dollar, the figure, and a lot of the time when the politicians are doing the politics of the dollar, you make reference to the specific numbers. When you took over in 2016, 4.18. When you exited, 14.70. Currently, in the 10.45 region about. It sometimes goes to 11. It's now around 10.9 now. I mean, these are numbers that the independent economic agencies, the IMF, the EIU, they all agree that the last 1 year, the economy is in the right direction.
So does it bring food on my table? Does it? All the analysis that you've done.
I mean, but those, but those, I mean, it's the political conversation, because the point is that you, the politicians, when you were in power, in fact, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, when he was vice president, and even before he became vice president, those are the same indicators that you communicate to the people about improving on them. Those are the indicators that you use that basis to show the performance of the country. But all of a sudden, when you're in opposition, then you say that it does not put food on your table. But that is not fair to the people of Ghana.
It's a mediocre way of analyzing the government, right? For every government, previous governments, there have been times where inflation has been in the single digit. NPP achieved it during our tenure, right? So if you are using it to measure the performance of the government, you'll be misleading yourself. Because if we check inflation rates then and now, if we check bank rates then and now, yes, you can make a point that yes, inflation has come down, bank interest rates have come down, but the question is, there are other indicators that you also have to look at. And I speak as an ordinary Ghanaian.
But the point is that you say it's mediocre, but those are the same analysis that your party did before you took over office, and you did the same analysis in power as well. So describing it as mediocre means that you also engage in that mediocre analysis.
Whilst we were focusing on reducing inflation, reducing interest rates, there were monumental projects that were also going on. That the free senior high school flagship program, the year of roads, we are constructing roads, agenda 111, one constituency, one ambulance. Tell us what the NDC have done. Give us one monumental project that the NDC or initiative that the NDC have done in their last 1 year.
I mean, that's a question to the NDC.
No, but you have been answering for them. So at least you should tell us.
I'm not answering for them. I'm having a conversation with you. Again, it's not fair to make that comment. You've said it the second time. This is the second time you said I'm voting brief for them. I don't think it's fair to start on this note.
No,
the point I'm making is a very simple question I'm asking. I'm saying that your flag bearer relies on data before he took office. In office, he relied on data. The same data is being presented to you, and you say that it's a mediocre way of assessing a government. That cannot be.
Of course it is. And
so when your flag bearer engages into its mediocre.
At the end of the day, that's why I made the strong point that any government which just relies on statistics, on data just about inflation having gone down, interest is having gone down, without looking at other important sectors of the economy, there is a mediocre government. And I made the difference between the MPP and the NDC.
Okay, but not the analysis of data.
And what does it do? I'll ask you a simple question.
Because those are
on the table for me.
I mean, because in terms of our dealings with the international trading community, those are the numbers that gives us access to capital. Those are the things that were so terrible, such that at a point in time we had to go to the IMF.
So it comes back to the point I made earlier on. If all these indicators are showing positive signs, it must reflect in the pocket of the ordinary Ghanaian.
Okay.
And Ghanaians should be able to feel the impact. And that's the difference between the MPP government and the NDC government. And I've made mention of several interventions that was done when the economy was booming. So if the economy is claimed that based on the database, we are doing very well, but still, there's high cost of utility. There's high cost of goods and services. Businessmen are struggling to even get dollar to even travel to go and buy items. If farmers are being shortchanged, then you make the analysis that, oh, we should praise the government because interest rate has come down, because inflation has also gone down. But to the ordinary man on the street, what is the reciprocal effect of all these things?
Okay. Over 10, you didn't give me the score. What do you score Mohammed's 1 year in office?
Well, Ghanaians will assess the government, but I can tell you, but people are angry. I can tell you that people for the NDC government are searching them. The NDC government has calmed them. And if you go on the street, let your reporters go on the street on the hopes that they had on this government. And now, the analysis they make of this government. People are disappointed. People are disillusioned.
You touched on oral, just a question on oral, then we'll switch into MPP politics now. On oral, I mean, as a party, what's your sense of what is going on in relation to a lot of your patriots, like you call them? I mean, a lot of them are having to go over to the investigative agencies. There are claims that even some are evading accountability, and the party, some people have called on the party that the party needs to be speaking on some of these matters. I mean, what's the position of the party on this?
Well, before the NDC came into government, you are aware that some of their members had issues and their issues were in court. You are aware?
Yes.
And what did they do? All that Attorney General did was to file nullus prosequi to discontinue cases of alleged corruption concerning their members, but rather has turned towards MPP members. So if you are neutral, and you have to be very objective, a government that has come in and is preaching that is going to fight corruption had its members who had cases of corruption before the court. It never allowed the court to determine the matter to its finality. But the court, the Attorney General Somut, decided to discontinue these cases and decide to arraign its political opponent before the court. And you expect that I should come and sit and praise the government, that the government is fighting corruption. Any person will know that this is more of political rich hunting and persecution. So indeed, if the government had good intention of fighting corruption, then it should have not discontinued the cases before the court.
How does the party feel about the attempted prosecution of the former finance minister?
Well, certainly no one is above the law. And if indeed you allege that someone has conducted him or herself in a way which our constitution frowns, if you allege that the person has conducted himself in a way which seems to breeze level of corruption, then that's why the state institutions are there. It's your duty to prosecute the person. Because as I sit here, I'm yet to see any charge sheet which says that the former finance minister has done A, B, C, D.
I mean, there's a charge sheet that has been filed by the Office of Special Prosecutor.
I'm yet to see it.
That's a public document.
I'm yet to see it. And at the end of the day, if you allege that a person has committed a crime, you don't need the person before you can prosecute the matter in court.
But it's a procedure that goes through.
Well, at the end of this, Sednam Tamaklu was tried in absentia. As a lawyer, you know.
I mean, the trial commenced and it's...
Yeah, so at the end of the day, what is stopping the government from commencing the trial?
Okay, the OSP has initiated those processes.
Yeah, so they should go ahead and do it.
I mean, but is the party not concerned? The perception that people say that he's evading accountability and the party should call on him to come back to Ghana?
Well, we don't see that he's evading accountability. What we see is more of a political rich hunting and persecution. That's what we see.
Okay. I mean, let's talk about the MPP now with the limited time that we have. And the first question that I asked that you didn't want to answer, you want to answer it now?
Well, I still maintain that point, that at least it's best for an outsider to assess the performance of any administration, right? But what I can say and put on record is that we have gone through challenging times as a party, coming from the backdrop that we lost the elections in 2024. But quickly, the party had to close our ranks and look at the bigger picture and understand that as a political party, it's not all time that you win elections. There are some elections that you may win, there are some elections that you lose. It's part of the game. But it's how quickly you're able to resolve your internal issues, repackage your party, do reorganization that will bring you back to where you want to be as a political party. So from 2025, the party commissioned a review committee which was chaired by Professor Okwe to do a fact-finding as to what culminated in our loss, and they came out with their speech, and the party has been implementing the recommendations strictly, which led to us doing amendment somewhere July at Legon to insert certain key provisions in our constitution, and also pave way for us to hold our presidential primaries just last Saturday, which is January 31st, last 2 weeks Saturday. And so we are on course on our organization front.
I mean, I listened to you at the event to announce Dr. Bawumia as the winner of the flag by election, and you sort of suggested that the decision to approach the primaries in that manner has sort of worked to an extent. Is it not too early for that kind of analysis to be done?
Well, it's never too early, because at the end of the day, we've done the primaries. It's over now. So it was done purposely to address certain issues. And as we explained to our members, that we were not in normal times, because hitherto we would do polling station, electoral area constituency before regional, national and presidential. But you also attest that the dynamics in the political space has changed. And with the advent of social media, sometimes as leaders or political animals, you need to also conform yourself with the changing times. And we saw that if we had waited to hold the presidential primaries at a later date, then there would have so much instability and chaos in the party.
So for now, what's the next step? What happens? Because in terms of the arrangements, because you started from the top,
once that we are done with the presidential primary, we come back to what our party constitution says, that we need to have an internal elections, officers elections, and fortunately the party hierarchy will be meeting on Tuesday, the National Council, which is the second high decision-making body of the party, to come up with the guidelines for our internal elections.
During the build-up to the primaries, you had to via statement institute disciplinary proceedings against some of your members, particularly Professor Akwabena Frimpong. What's the latest on that matter?
Well, it was referred to National Executive Committee, and it lies within the bosom of National Executive Committee to give direction. Because I remember at the last National Executive Committee, they asked us to stand down on it whilst we finish with the presidential primary. So I believe when we meet on Tuesday, is an issue that will also come up. But I have personally also made a plea, even before National Executive Committee, that yes, we admit that in the build-up to the presidential primary, certain comments were made and in the form of excesses. And one, now that we are done with the presidential primaries, we should also, in a spirit of reconciliation, consider also relaxing some of the disciplinary measures that we took against some party members, at least to start afresh. At least we are all happy that we will be able to have a successful presidential primary. But it does not lie within my powers to truncate matters before NEC or disciplinary committee. That's a decision that National Council and NEC has to take. But on my own personal view, I feel that maybe we need to reconsider in the spirit of reconciliation so that we can bring everybody on board for our purpose of winning the elections in 2028.
I mean, is the MPP stronger today, more united today than it was before the primaries took place?
Well,
I saw an interview you did prior, and you said that the MPP was in a very difficult place at the time. I mean, where do you find MPP now?
Well, much better. Much better, because if I monitor our various social media platforms and even report that I get from my officers from the field, you can tell that now things are very calm within the rank and file of our party. And most of these excesses and this adrenaline has to do with the presidential primaries. But now that we are done with the presidential primaries, there's no contest. So at the end of the day, supporters of other candidates have all realized that now we have a flag bearer in the shape of His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. So we don't have any camps again. And all of us are doing our best to make sure we bring everybody on board on the party activities and party programs, so that at least we understand that it is not just His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia who has won the primaries. It's the MPP that as well. And we also agree that him and his supporters alone cannot win us elections in 2028. And therefore, it demands that all of us collectively must work together for us to win the elections in 2020. But so far, so good. I'm very happy with the state of affairs in the party now.
A question to you directly. Would you be seeking re-election?
Definitely so. Definitely so.
How do you respond to those who assess your stewardship that you took over 2022, the party was in power, 2026, the party is in opposition, and that by virtue of that fact alone, you should not be entitled to an extension of your mandate?
Well, people are entitled to their opinions, and certainly others will also analyze the work the General Secretary did as administrator of the party in spite of the challenging times that we faced as a party. And this is something that when I meet party delegates, I'll be explaining. When I became the General Secretary, where are the issues? Where were the challenges? And what was I able to do to solve some of these challenges? There are certain things that goes beyond personalities. And I've asked the question that if I was not the General Secretary and someone else was the General Secretary, could the person have saved the party from losing the elections in 2024? That's a critical question that everybody needs to analyze. Looking at how the propaganda machinery of the NDC, also the challenges time that we're facing as a government. If someone else was the General Secretary, could the person have avoided the party from losing the election? If the answer is no, then why do you blame the General Secretary?
Okay.
But at the end of the day, what is important is the restructuring that we are doing as a party. And people will attest to it, that we have been able to run very successful party elections. And we have also been able to make amendments to our constitution of issues that we identified that were hampering our quest to position ourselves as a strong force for the 2028 election. So, but that was the decision for party delegates to determine. But I know I have a message when I start campaigning.
Is the party considering making changes to its parliamentary leadership? We saw the NDC do that before the last election. Is that something that is under consideration?
It's something that's not come on the table. And I don't see why at this point the party wants to change the leadership in parliament. For what reason? So it's something that has not come on the table.
Is the party at the headquarters level satisfied with the parliamentary opposition that has been provided under the leadership of
overwhelmingly satisfied. Overwhelmingly satisfied. Because we know the work that the mighty minority under the leadership of Afenyo Markin have been doing. And certainly we will continue to give them all the needed support for them to be able to continue to perform their job. But we are impressed. We are very impressed. We are very elated about the work that they have been doing as a minority group.
Final question. I mean, is there any message for the members of the New Patriotic Party, those who made time to watch you this morning, and subsequently we know we have a lot of your colleagues also joining us on this platform?
Well, I'll continue to encourage them that, yes, we went through a difficult period, particularly in 2025, but we have been able to come out of it successfully. And if, as a party, we are able to close our ranks, if, as a party, we are able to continue the reorganization that we are doing, I'm very convinced that in 2028, we shall come back to power. I'm highly convinced all that Ghanaians are expecting from us is to prove and show to them that, yes, we mean business, we have taken our reorganization very serious, and our internal elections will be conducted peacefully, transparently, and also make sure that at least what caused us in 2024 elections, the party would have learned lessons from it. The key among them is apathy. And apathy started internally when some members were denying the chance to contest for certain positions at various levels. And we have bent on making sure that the internal elections that we are going to organize, it will be free, fair, and transparent. And if we are able to have an effective structure from the polling station, electoral area, constituency to the region and national, so certainly the MPP will be in a strong position to come back to power in 2028.
Justin Frimpong-Kodua, thank you so much for joining us this morning on the show. So that is Justin Frimpong-Kodua, the General Secretary of the opposition New Patriotic Party, joining us this morning. This is all time could allow. I mean, there are lots of questions that we had planned, but we can't go on throughout the day. Before I cross over for Beatrice to do the birthdays and wrap up, I mean, good morning to my friends in Somanya. I went over there last weekend. Beatrice, I was in so many at my former school, and there are some individuals I just want to say good morning to them.
You saw
it, eh? Yeah.
Yes.
So good morning to Ekuya Sewa and Lily Pearl, Sandra and Shelley. They organized food for us when we went for a funeral there. Thank you to all of them, and thank you to all of you who have been sending your messages. A lot of them. I mean, the MPP is back, so there will be more conversations in between. We'll have Mr. Kodua back again when he starts his own campaign that he talked about. Beatrice, over to you now.
Insightful conversation, Joseph Akabile. Congratulations. Thank you very much for bringing us that. And yes, this is still Newday on TV3. Well, if you're planning your trip, your next trip, whether it's for holidays, business, study abroad, or family travel, let EAS Tours take the stress out of your journey. They offer professional flight bookings, travel consultations, visa assistance, and of course, personalized travel support to ensure everything is handled smoothly from start to finish. Now, you travel with confidence, clarity, and peace of mind by choosing EAS Tours. Call us or WhatsApp now on 0243 535 778 today to speak to a travel expert, get expert guidance, and start planning your next trip the easy way. With EAS Tours, you can travel and pay later. That's in 12 months. No initial deposit, no interest. EAS Tours to the whole Riase. Of course, if it is your birthday today, we'll help you celebrate your birthday very shortly. But Queen Star Training Institute, formerly NASUMA School of Excellence, formal and non-formal education. We have 3 months, 6 months, and 1 year weekend intensive course. We do catering, fashion, decoration, cosmetology, and media courses. First 50 students will get a discount. So apply now. You can call us now on 0243 449046, School of Excellence. If it's your birthday, we want to help you celebrate the day today. But before that, though, we did promise you that we're going to give 2,000 cedis, 4,000, 3,000, 5,000, and a possible 10,000 Ghana cedis to all of you playing. Well, we have our first winner. I believe he or she is getting 2,000 Ghana cedis. So 0209 793 -- If this is your number, I suppose you got the 2,000 Ghana cedis. Congratulations to you. 0209 and 793 -- Congratulations to you. Now let's help you celebrate your birthday. Okay, I do understand a second person has also won, and so we'll be scrolling the numbers very quickly. Okay, that's it. 0541 823 0541 823 If this is your number, I guess you also got 3,000 cedis. So we've given out 5,000 already. Wow. Congratulations to you. Well, love doesn't always end. Sometimes it just pauses. And this February, 3FM brings you 3 Lounge Connection, a Love Mom special segment creating space for exes, lovers, or potential lovers to reconnect, test, or allow new sparks to form. It's real stories, real relationships, real emotions, real moments, and real love conversations. 3 Lounge Connection, reconnecting the dot of love, from February 2nd to the 13th of February. To participate, you can send your entries to the WhatsApp numbers 053 220 0927 or 055 6554 833. And remember, 3 Lounge Connection, where hearts bond and sparks fly again. Okay, so the next winner is on, and it's a 4,000 Ghana cedis. Yes, the number scrolling 0201 239 -- If this is your number, congratulations to you. Yes, we'll have to do the last one. So we've given 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Now let's go to the 5,000. Yes, so the person who just won the 4,000, congratulations to you. Okay, who won the 5,000? Let's get to see the number. And I believe the person has already received the cash. Congratulations to all of you who have played and won some cash. If it's your birthday today, we want to help you celebrate. Yes, Lady Pastor Christine Boso Kanse, pastor at Action Chapel, Kokomlemle branch, from Daddy-O, Cookie T, Mandy, and Michael, and the entire family. Happy birthday to you, Lady Pastor. Congratulations to you on this day. Congratulations to you, Lady Pastor Christine Boss. Okay. Okanse Enam Kekeli Dramado. You're a special gift on a special day. We love you from your parents, Charles and Lady Dinah. Congratulations to all of you celebrating your birthdays today. Happy birthday from all of us to you. And that'll be it for our show today. Thank you so much for staying with us from Monday till now. Of course, I was here earlier. You just watched that exclusive conversation with my colleague Joseph Akable and the General Secretary of the Opposition NPP, Justin Korea Frimpong. NPP coming back to the media general platforms across the country. And of course, earlier I had as well with us Nash Shoko and Kukiti from the entire team, myself. Thank you so much for staying with us. Do join us again next week. Have a great Friday and enjoy the rest of our programs as well.